henga wasani go hali ya mawapusaraha afarahama wapute afarahama wayawirite oho ya tayahu mama ay tayahu no fure mapulye dawa mai liru asguru mapulye dawa mai wala miseru sereme waguchi suntika bafute ani hakuwa harasa garina kubo wango sereme waguchi suntika bafute ani hakuwa harasa garina kubo wango sereme wayalo luakula salbaruni wa sereme wayalo luakula salbaruni wa mabule dawa me wahala miseru mabule dawa me wala miseru mabule dawa me muiti me hada yara yurume lida aba waguria hoa keisitira aba girigia aba iseni aba iseni aba Ida mesa baharano Ida mesa baharano adi mure hadina tuni mede hadina luni medigur mabulai dawame wala miseru mabule dawame wahala miseru mabule dawame wahala miseru buiti mehada yara yurume lina ama Uria Hoa Keisitira Abuhaya wabadi nagwa sereme bon Abuhaya lida wageira sereme bon Abuhaya adiura wabadi nagwa sereme bon Abuhaya nadagume wabadi nagwa sereme bon Hey uwati Pasiero adiga ani hebige merili daliburiga uguya suntiga bafute Hey uwati Pasiero adiga ani hebige merili daliburiga uguya suntiga bafute Hey uwati Pasiero adiga ani hebige merili daliburiga uguya suntiga bafute Abuhaya aguro wanigi sereme bon Abuhaya tida so wanigi sereme bon Abuhaya asasi raibagari sereme bon Abuhaya agarani hatu wanigi sereme bon Hey uwati Pasiero adiga ani hebige merili daliburiga uguya suntiga bafute Hey uwati Pasiero adiga ani hebige merili daliburiga uguya suntiga bafute Chibabale wagrima areda gwagida bawanigi Hibeti bisubudi wabureme Chibabale wagrima areda gwagida bawanigi Hibeti bisubudi wabureme Hey uwati Pasiero adiga ani hebige merili daliburiga uguya suntiga bafute Hey uwati Pasiero adiga ani hebige merili daliburiga uguya suntiga bafute Abuhaya wabadi nagwa sereme bon Abuhaya lida wageira sereme bon Abuhaya adiwala wabadi nagwa sereme bon Abuhaya nadagume wabadi nagwa sereme bon Tere me bon. Hey, uati, pasien uati, ani hebige merili dali buriga, ukuya, suntiga bafute. Hey, uati, pasien uati, ani hebige merili dali buriga, ukuya, suntiga bafute.
Daya, daya.
Buiti Benafi, and a pleasant, very pleasant good morning to you all. My name is Vincent Reed, and I will be chairing today's proceeding. We are already behind, so we will just need to move forward expeditiously. The smile you're asking on my face? Well, here's the thing. As a child, my father told me to, when I get home from school every day, go out the house, your face like sour. So this was my face since I was a child. Once again, welcome to the 13th International Garifuna Conference. I'd like to especially welcome all visiting groups. I had a few names written, the Garifuna Nation, Garifuna Heritage, Rite of Passage and Pilgrimage, the Garifuna Warriors, Jessica Baltazar and her grouping, Garifuna Wellness and Heritage. And there is a group that is represented here from Seattle, Washington. Ala, Garifuna woman. Can that person stand for me, please? Who's represented? There you go. Thank you very much, and a special welcome to all of you. The Garifuna Nation. Can I have you on your feet, please? Beautiful. Garifuna Heritage and Rite of Passage and Pilgrimage. The Garifuna Warriors. They're not here as yet. Beautiful. And Miss Jessica Baltazar and her grouping. She's not here as yet. So we do have people who would be arriving soonest, I trust. Woo! You know that look like everybody? Thank you very much. I don't know how I missed you. I didn't have on my glasses. My apologies.
Yeah, write them down because I might need to remember.
Okay, no problem. I'll do that just now. Right, there is United Garifuna Association also. Mr. Wellington Ramos. Thank you very much, sir. Today is going to be a lovely day, and we're trying to move as smoothly as possibly can. Just a few housekeeping matters. I don't want you to forget the Bush Tea exhibition that is being held 2 buildings up the street, right? Just up the street right there. 2 buildings. I could almost see the gate. Right. So when you get a chance, trust me, take a look at it. I never know so much bush could eat and drink. They have about 1,000 up, no, I miscount, 1,001. There are about 1,001 bush of all the values, medicinal, for tea, wellness and healing. I invite you to take a look at it, maybe during your lunch or one of the breaks. Just amble up the road right nearby, a minute and a half, and at the public library, next building over, and enjoy. And there will be tasting. Ooh. So go up there and taste some bush. Get back to the roots, remembering it completely. So that is happening all day today. Our third and final day is now, and I'd like to get straight into matters. In the late 1700s, Oh yes, as a housekeeping matter, the only thing you drink in here is water in a bottle. And all the bottles must be taken back outside. There's a bag for the what they call garbage, waste. Instead of leaving them on the tables and on the floor, just take it back outside with you. And right as soon as you get through the door, you'll be able to find a space to put it. A bag would be there. Right, Profi? Bathrooms are out the door, straight across. You'll see the sign, easily recognized. I don't have your lunch, so you will provide that at 12. Please don't forget me when you do that. Oh, yes. And finally, for housekeeping matters, there will be a closing reception this afternoon at 3 p.m. You don't want to miss it. Yeah? Right here. So don't go away. Go get your bush tea and come right back. Yeah, because everything is going to work out fine.
Music, food, drinks.
You hear that? Music, food, drinks, dance, song. I almost say some other things, but it's okay. Let's move straight into our today's session. In the late 1700s, the British Crown forcefully removed over 5,000 indigenous people of Urmi from their homes and deposited them on a barren island 11 miles south-southeast of Urmi, thus making Baliso the first stop of the exile of our ancestral Garifuna brothers and sisters. In March 2025, the government of Urmi, now known on the global scale as St. Vincent and the Grenadines, acquired Baliso from maybe the descendants of colonial enslavers, thus returning Baliso to the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the descendants of Garifuna, the descendants of Urmi. As a people, the British could not erase. We remember our ancestors, especially over 2,000 of our people whose bones still resides on Baliso, making it sacred ground. Today, this morning segment, we gather to discuss Baliso under the theme, Baliso, Sacred Ground, Strategic Goal and Inclusion of the Diaspora. There will be a keynote address by Dre Mirtha Colan, President of the Central American Black Organization, WANCA. This will be followed by a presentation from Dr. Esther D. Nunez and the Garifuna, and presentations from the Garifuna delegations across the diaspora. This would round out our morning session, after which we would break for lunch. That's what the scope of the morning looks like. I'd like to now introduce the moderator for today's first discussion. She graduated with a master's in social work. She is the former director of Marion House and the retired head of site of the University of the West Indies Global Campus, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to present your moderator for the first discussion, Sister Deborah Dalrymple.
Good morning all. Permit me to say brothers and sisters. Most of my friends tease me and said I'm always looking for what percentage I could find in myself to be Garifuna or Kalinago, but I'm saying brothers and sisters and I mean it from the heart. I have been involved with this conference ever since I was head of site here at this campus, and when I left I told Zoila that I would like to remain involved. So I like to think I'm doing my small part for us to remember who we are and from where we came. It gives me great pleasure today to introduce to you our two panelists. presenters, as well as we have the delegations from the diaspora who would give smaller presentations. I'm going to introduce Dr. Martha Colon first, simply because I think she's going to be the first presenter, Monty. So I'm going to introduce her first. Dr. Martha Colon, she's a Honduran Garifuna activist and social worker. In 2012, she was recognized by New York State Legislature for her service to the African diaspora. In 1992, she started a nonprofit organization called Honduras Against AIDS to address the alarming number of HIV-positive cases among Garifuna women. In addition to healthcare, Dr. Colon promoted cultural events aimed at improving communication among differing Garifuna populations. Dr. Colon is president of the Central American Black Organization, founded in 1995 to address issues affecting the African diaspora in the region. What I'd like to do now is to go ahead and introduce Dr. Nunes as well, so I can do both. And when I try to do the same thing, trying to put together a brief introduction, I realized that in no way I was doing this remarkable woman justice. So I'm going to try to read from her phone to be able to, to give you a broader perspective as to who we have in our midst today. Hopefully that's the right thing. No, it's not. I'll get it. All right, there you go. I told her I was a klutz when it comes to operating my own phone, so therefore. Professor Esther D. Nunes is an experienced professor and motivational speaker, building upon her decades of diverse life experiences. Since 2006, Dr. Nunes has taught courses in the Department of Social and Behavioral Science at the Medgar Evers College of the City University of New York, encompassing race, class, and gender, political science, American government, international relations, sociology, critical issues in society, world civilization, growth and development of the United States, anthropology, and social science in the classroom, as well as online. Dr. Nunes' professional philosophy is grounded in collaborative sociocultural research. She has partnered with colleagues for events such as Making Cultural Connections in the Diaspora, and with the Partners of Garifuna Heritage American Foundation. She played a leading role in hosting the 6th annual Garifuna Community Forum at Medgar Evers College in May 2008. She spoke at the April 2013 Folk Festival at Rutgers University, New Jersey, highlighting historical milestones in the evolution of the Garifuna people. Since November 2010, she has contributed to various conferences on the preservation of the Garifuna culture held in New York, Los Angeles, California, Trinidad, Cuba, St. Vincent. Her paper on the Garifuna in Central America, the African Caribbean influence, was presented at a conference on the Santa Rosa First People at the University of Trinidad in October 2015. Dr. Nunes was interviewed on Live Radio Forum on Garifuna Women Leaders in the Caribbean Research Center of Medgar Evers College to commemorate 200 years of Garifuna survival during the November 19, 2015 celebration of Garifuna culture. She contributed to the study entitled Reigniting the Ancestral Fire, Legacy, Tradition, and Heritage of First Peoples, published by the University of Trinidad in 2017. In March 2024, she presented background of her dissertation at the conference here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and spoke on Heroes Day, the discrimination and the marginalization of Garinagu experience in Drangiga, Belize. Earlier in her career, Professor Nunes had collaborated with the Freshman Year College Now and the Gear Up programs at Medgar Evers College in a liaison to various high schools. supervising after-school programs, job search for students, college prep trips to various tertiary institutions, and preparing students for a smooth transition to college by collaborating with the high school principals to track students' academic performance in disadvantaged minority communities in the heart of Brooklyn. Dr. Nunes has also worked at the Manhattan offices of the Harlem Children's Zone as coordinator of after-school programs, leading initiatives which challenge youth to perform at optimal standards, in their pursuit of academic excellence. Dr. Esther Dawn Nunes is a Garifuna woman, born in Belize, Central America, and has lived in New York City since her early teens. She earned her bachelor's degree from Medgar Evers College of the City University of New York in 1997, a master's degree in social science from Long Island University, New York in 2004, and a second master's degree in 2006 from LIU, specializing in United Nations Studies and Political Science. She earned her PhD in June 2023 from the Union Institute and University, Cincinnati, Ohio, with research focused on Baliso, where the atrocities against her ancestors occurred. Her dissertation titled, "Retracing the Footprints of My Ancestors Through Pilgrimage in Search of Reconciliation and Healing," underscored quantitative as well as qualitative research during various pilgrimages to Baliso between 2017 and 2019, where she was a participant observer. Today, she shall focus on Baliso and share the data collection from the Garinagu, non-Garigano contingents who visited Baliso in 2017 and 2019. This research coheres her to traverse 4 continents, starting from North America to the Caribbean, and then to Europe, and finally to the shores of Africa's doors of no return. Her vision is to support the ongoing transformation of, somebody was trying to call. Her vision was to support the ongoing transformation to embrace the new doors of no return through education and empowerment of indigenes as well as the diaspora regarding all aspects of their heritage and emancipate them from all vestiges of transgenerational trauma, of indoctrination by the powers that be. I know that was long and I struggled a bit trying to read this small writing on the phone, but I think it was worthwhile for us to appreciate the work that Dr. Nunes has done, not just for academics, not just to have a PhD, but to really delve into who we are as Garinagu, and we really want to embrace her and to thank her for that. And here's your phone in one piece. I don't know what you're going to tell you. Oh, okay. Yeah, hold on. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I apologize to Dr. Coulon, but I would like to now invite her to make her presentation.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Mirta Colón y en la actualidad soy la presidenta de la Organización Negra Centroamericana, una organización donde tenemos organizaciones desde Panamá, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, Belice, y somos también pues la contraparte de esta organización acá en los Estados Unidos. La Organización Negra Centroamericana, que nace en el 1995 en Bandera, Belice. Desde entonces nosotros venimos luchando por los derechos de los afrodescendientes y hay una presencia bien fuerte de los garífunas dentro de la organización. Yo, por ejemplo, nací en la ciudad de Trujillo, de padres garífunas. Trujillo es una de las primeras comunidades pobladas por los garífunas desde el exilio de la isla de San Vicente. Hoy en día me presento ante ustedes para dialogar un poco sobre lo que es nuestra presencia garífuna en Centroamérica, en los Estados Unidos y quizás en todo el mundo. Agradezco la invitación de la organización de Garifuna Foundation de San Vicente, quien pues estamos acompañando en estos momentos, también para que nuestras voces sean escuchadas no solamente de Centroamérica, sino que también de la diáspora centroamericana. Quiero hablar un poco sobre lo que es el exilio garífuna desde la isla de San Vicente, desde el momento que nosotros fuimos expulsados de la isla y la complejidad que esto conlleva. Voy a mencionar un poco de nuestra llegada a Centroamérica, manejar cómo hemos manejado nuestras costumbres, nuestras creencias, cómo ha sido ese silencio y lo que nos ha afectado a nosotros ese silencio, nuestras emigraciones en las diferentes etapas del momento, las adaptaciones a las que nosotros hemos sufrido en los diferentes también espacios a los que nosotros hemos llegado, los flujos, los diferentes flujos migratorios que se han dado desde pues Honduras a los diferentes países donde nosotros actualmente radicamos y radicamos en multitudes. También lo que ha sido la participación nuestra en cuanto al espacio mundial, en cuanto a ese derecho en cuanto a esa presencia, esa pelea en cuanto a los derechos humanos, los derechos de los afrodescendientes. También voy a mencionar un poco de eso. Bueno, más que todo, esa emigración, ¿verdad? Al comenzar dialogando y hablándole, presentándoles un poco sobre lo que ha sido el efecto del exilio de San Vicente, hizo complejidad en nuestro imaginario. Y digo imaginario porque es hasta el día de hoy el exilio de alguna u otra manera nos sigue afectando en diferentes formas, en diferentes maneras. La diáspora garífuna, con esta expulsión de 1797, un hecho que marcó nuestras vidas en aquel entonces y que todavía sigue marcando nuestra existencia. Un hecho de que quizás siempre pienso de que seguimos sufriendo el hecho de ese trauma histórico, ese trauma que sufrieron nuestros ancestros y que 200 años después todavía nosotros seguimos sufriendo y quizás con mayor impacto ese exilio, ese trauma, esa separación, esa división que sufrieron nuestros ancestros. Me decía un amigo, por ejemplo, de que en toda la historia verbal que existió en Honduras, que sale de Honduras, ¿verdad? Que existió, la palabra baliceo nunca existió. Para nosotros entonces la palabra baliceo, el nombre baliceo, es nuevo en nuestro lenguaje, en nuestro conocimiento. Es nuevo porque no existió. ¿Y por qué no existió? El análisis de este amigo es que no existió porque fue tanto el trauma que sufrieron que prefirieron borrarlo de su memoria, y por eso es de que no existió, no hablaron de ello. Entonces es hasta ahora que nos damos cuenta de la existencia de baliseo. Ese despliegue que luego entonces no solamente nos quedamos en Honduras y que pensamos de que al irnos a Guatemala era una forma de alcanzar y regresar a San Vicente. Al irnos a Guatemala, al irnos a Belice, andábamos buscando esa forma de cómo regresar. Sin embargo, no sabíamos cómo, pero nos desplegamos entonces al frente de la costa norte de Centroamérica. Sin embargo, queremos agradecer a esos ancestros que tuvieron tantas energías y tanta fortaleza de mantener sus costumbres, de mantener su lengua, de mantener todo lo que ellos traían espiritualmente, con esa fortaleza hacia que trajeron con ellos, que no fue roto, y que es hasta el día de hoy nosotros seguimos conservando todas esas costumbres, toda esa lengua. ¿Qué es lo que es para nosotros el silencio de la vida? Y cómo nos quedamos en un círculo estático. El silencio de la vida es precisamente el no haber hablado de todo lo que nuestros ancestros sufrieron. El hecho de que ellos mantuvieron en silencio, mantuvieron entre ellos todo ese sufrimiento para no tener que pasárselo a sus hijos. Sin embargo, no solamente el no hablar de las cosas a veces, porque nuestro ánimo, nuestro espíritu, de una u otra manera, nosotros contagiamos la parte traumática, se contagia sin necesidad de hablar de ello, porque son muchos a veces las otras formas de cómo manifestarlo. Y a eso es que nosotros le llamamos a ese silencio, lo que nuestros ancestros sufrieron y que no pudieron hablar de ello, como una protección a sus hijos, como una protección a sus nietos y a toda esa gama de familia que somos nosotros hoy en día. Si bien es cierto que había pobreza en cuanto a dinero, pero había riqueza en cuanto a la forma de ellos criar a sus hijos. Es por esa riqueza que todavía nosotros existimos, que todavía nosotros valoramos, crecimos con valores, crecimos con toda esta historia, la que ellos alcanzaron a compartir con nosotros. Pero no queda allí lo que es el exilio, no quedó únicamente el exilio, no quedó únicamente en Honduras, sino que al moverse, digamos, primero en Centroamérica, a los diferentes países, luego al moverse fuera de Centroamérica, se mueven para los Estados Unidos. Hay un movimiento, para Panamá hay otro flujo de migración, ¿no? Pero sin embargo, pienso de que es posible de que así era que se manejaban en San Vicente. Una de las grandes fortalezas de nuestras comunidades es trabajar en grupos, moverse en grupos. Y de la misma forma que se han movido para los Estados Unidos, que hoy en día nosotros decimos, por ejemplo, que en Nueva York existimos más de 300,000 personas únicamente en el área de Nueva York, digamos en el estado de Nueva York, más de 300,000 personas. En la ciudad de Nueva York no tenemos, no podemos ni contarnos de tantas personas que hay, y es por eso que estamos también tratando de ver de cómo incluirnos en los próximos censos, para ver en realidad de nosotros contar con un número que podamos decir este es el número exacto que hay, porque hasta ahora nosotros hacemos cálculos basados en cómo nosotros, tanto los hondureños, guatemaltecos y beliceños, por esa forma de nosotros actuar y por esa forma de nosotros funcionar en grupo, es por eso que nosotros entonces hacemos un cálculo de quiénes de los que vivimos acá. Cuando nosotros llegamos a los diferentes espacios donde nosotros actualmente estamos viviendo, digamos en los Estados Unidos, digamos en Europa, que también hay una gran cantidad de garífunas viviendo en Inglaterra, hay una gran cantidad de garífunas viviendo la comunidad más grande fuera de los Estados Unidos. Tengo entendido que está en España, en diferentes ciudades de España. Estamos en Inglaterra, estamos en Italia y estamos en muchos otros países donde nuestra presencia es grande y es fuerte. Cuando nosotros llegamos a estos lugares, nosotros tendemos a adaptarnos con una facilidad bien grande, una facilidad enorme. Tendemos a nosotros a adecuarnos y a sentarnos y a vivir pasivamente en todos los espacios donde nosotros llegamos. Hay una comunidad grande en México de nuestras comunidades. Y donde lleguemos también seguimos teniendo las mismas prácticas culturales, la misma práctica de lengua. Entre más estamos en un país, más practicamos nuestras lenguas, nuestras costumbres, quizás por miedo de nosotros perderla. También hemos alcanzado el hecho de nosotros organizarnos. Como dije anteriormente, nosotros nos gusta vivir en grupo. Nosotros entonces tendemos a organizarnos y a organizarnos de una forma que tenemos. No solamente estamos organizados a nivel de comunidades, a veces se organizan a nivel de familia, a nivel de ciudad, comunidad. Hemos tenido organizaciones bien fuertes por ese empuje de respaldar la comunidad, de defender los derechos de nuestras comunidades. Hemos tenido, por ejemplo, en Honduras, tenemos a ODECO, tenemos a OFRANE, y a nivel regional tenemos a lo que es la Organización Negra Centroamericana. Estas organizaciones nos han permitido pelear en varios escenarios, presentarnos, darnos a conocer. OFRANE, que en los últimos años ha estado peleando por lo que es el derecho de las tierras. ODECO en su momento, que también apoyamos a ODECO desde los Estados Unidos por la defensa también de las tierras, de los derechos humanos, y también nos hemos impulsado en lo que son estos espacios internacionales, donde se busca reparación para con nuestras comunidades negras, y también como Garifuna estamos incluidos en esa fase, en esa etapa, en ese trabajo arduo que se hace alrededor de reparación, alrededor de reconocimiento, alrededor de justicia para con nuestras comunidades. Tuvimos la oportunidad de participar en la tercera conferencia sobre discriminación y racismo en Durban. Hemos tenido la oportunidad de participar en espacios como Ginebra, en los Estados Unidos, en las Naciones Unidas, tanto Estados Unidos como en Ginebra, espacios como la OEA, donde nosotros nos hemos incursado y seguimos impulsando el trabajo de las comunidades negras mundialmente en esos espacios. Donde nosotros emigramos, donde nosotros lleguemos, también nosotros empujamos a que no importa el lugar donde nosotros lleguemos, que nosotros seamos siempre parte de ese empuje de ser parte positiva de la lucha de los afrodescendientes, de la lucha por nuestras comunidades, de la lucha que necesitan nuestras comunidades para levantarse. Nuestras comunidades negras, nuestra comunidad garífuna no solamente necesita conocerse a través del mundo, no solamente necesita visualizarse, sino que también necesita un trabajo en términos de que nosotros podamos sentirnos bien en esa forma de que el espíritu de nuestros ancestros en realidad nosotros reconocer, de que estén descansando porque nos ven bien, nos ven porque el espíritu de ellos sepan que nosotros vamos por ese buen camino de la lucha siempre por nuestras comunidades, por nuestra gente. Y es por eso que nos preocupa y que hemos querido acercarnos al trabajo que se está haciendo alrededor de Baliseu, no porque Baliseu sea, queramos recuperarlo, desde el momento que se nos sacó, y nosotros entendemos eso, desde el momento que se nos saca de la isla de San Vicente, sabemos que la isla ya no es nuestra. Pero que por lo menos se sepa de que a nosotros nos sacaron a la fuerza, que exista ese reconocimiento en todos los espacios. Y que exista el reconocimiento a que nosotros hemos sido parte de lo que sucedió en San Vicente, que todavía nosotros seguimos sufriendo el impacto que tuvo este destierro en nuestros ancestros. Nosotros todavía lo seguimos viviendo de una u otra manera. Ha sido para mí un placer tal vez desplegar un poco de estas palabras, de estos sentimientos a ustedes este día. Y ojalá si tuviéramos esa oportunidad de nosotros ser parte de un proceso que se está realizando en San Vicente, alrededor de la isla de San Vicente. Y quiero terminar diciendo de que el exilio Garifuna no solamente fue una expulsión, y yo creo que lo he manifestado en esta presentación, sino que ha sido moldeado en una manera donde después de 200 años, los que fueron los hijos, los nietos, la descendencia de ese exilio todavía siguen sufriendo lo que es. Y estamos claros, no vamos a curar eso, pero sí podemos mermar ese pensamiento, esa espiritualidad, ese sentir de pérdida. Podemos nosotros aliviarlo con que nosotros seamos reconocidos de una manera que podamos nosotros llevar de regreso a nuestros pueblos un poco de energías positivas, de energías que la expulsión sucedió, pero que podamos nosotros dejar ir a nuestros ancestros en una forma de hacerlos sentir que nosotros estamos bien, que nosotros vamos a seguir luchando y que estamos bien, y que el trabajo que ellos hicieron al llegar a Honduras no quedó en vano, que ese trabajo en realidad quedó en sus hijos, quedó en sus nietos, y lo han pasado de una generación a otra. No solamente el sufrimiento y no solamente la depresión, el coraje, no solamente eso, sino que también esa parte positiva que ellos quisieron dejar, y que por eso se quedó mucho de la memoria de ellos, se quedó en el olvido. Quiero de nuevo agradecer su escucha, De nuevo agradecer que estén acá con nosotros hoy en día escuchándonos y que me permitan estar también con ustedes. De nuevo agradecer a la Garifuna Foundation por darnos esta oportunidad. Muchísimas gracias.
Is it any better? Yes, it is now. Now it is better. Okay, what I thought we'd do is have Dr. Nunes to do her presentation now, and then at the end we'll do a summary of both and then take some questions.
Biti binafi, nituheyo. Biti binafi. Mabega, mabega, mabega. Buenos dias, buenos dias, señor y señores. Greetings from the deep freeze of New York City. I have transitioned into an oven, meaning here in my ancestral land, Yurume, Yurume. To my Vincent sisters and brothers, thank you for the warm embrace. I need all the heat coming from New York. I thank you, I thank you. Etched in my genetic memory, there's an adage that states, Kanaiti sunkateya ubabugo. Shuluha lida luwayanuha luwaka siserebeya yurume. There's a time for everything under the sun. And today is the time for us to recenter our narrative, to deconstruct the lies. I walk in remembrance of Joseph Chatouet, all of our ancestors, known and unknown, who died in Balisa. I say, Ashe. I say, Ashe. For those contingent that traveled here in St. Vincent on the pilgrimage 2017 and 2019, I say, Ashe. J. My dissertation focuses on my experience, my lived experience. And my lived experience is growing up in Belize whereby I experienced marginalization, discrimination against the population, the dominant population of the Creole. Who are the Creole? The Creole are a mixture of the enslaved and the Europeans. It was a racial hierarchy in Belize. The racial hierarchy means that the Creole had more access to resources. So hence, the Garifuna was deemed as less than. It continued whereby the Garifuna people, because once we got to Rota and Honduras, and then we went to establish our community in Trujillo. The first Garifuna community, whereby we had to assimilate to the Spaniards, meaning that the Garifuna people took on the last name of the Spanish. So hence, it became a marker for Garifuna people in those enclaves. As we transitioned to Belize, the last name was what was used to highlight the Garifuna people. So hence, the Garifuna people decided to change their last name. So hence, some Garifuna people changed their last name from Flores to Flowers, from Lambe to Lambert, just to have access to resources. So this is the conflict that happened in Belize between the Garifuna people and the Creole. This was endorsed by the missionaries, whereby it was unacceptable for us to express our Garifuna-ness, meaning Garifuna drums, meaning our Garifuna spirituality, highlighting our Garifuna spirituality. It was deemed as diabolical. It was deemed as evil. So hence, we weren't embraced by the missionaries in Belize. So all structures in Belize was totally dismantled. Structures in terms of the family structure, our educational system, our economic systems, whereby we farm, we fish, that was dismantled. They promoted their educational system in Belize. So our men and women became teachers in Belize, leaving their family behind. That was to dismantle the family structure in Belize. Eventually, they dismantled slowly, they dismantled those structures. But Garifuna people, we are a resilient people. We fought against the powers that be. So in our enclave, we protect our culture. In our enclave, we were able to use our drums, speak our language, communicate to each other, storytelling in our enclave. We nurtured, we protected this fragile culture, the Garifuna culture. Power is the ability to convince you of your reality. If someone can convince you in regards to your reality, then they have power over you. In the United States, I've experienced discrimination, racism when I was 14 years old. Discrimination in terms of, in the United States, it is a binary, black or white, which is artificial, it doesn't exist. This initially started by whom? By Bloomberg. Bloomberg, why? Because the enslaved were coming in to build Western Empire. So hence, this was necessary to define that race is real. It is not real. Ethnicity, Garifuna being diabolical, it is not. It's not. It is pathological. It is not. Understood? Baliso. My research focuses on Baliso. Baliso is where the atrocities against our ancestors occur. Baliso is what I refer to as the doors of no return. Why the doors of no return? The doors of no return, meaning that our ancestors were never to return here to our homeland, Urume. Prior to deportation, our ancestors died of starvation. They died of malnutrition. Half the population were wiped out as we went on that journey to Rotan, Honduras. And once we entered, 10 ships, once we entered Rotan, Honduras, it was another Holocaust against our people. Makeshift tent, unsustainable habitat. But our ancestors survived Rotan, Honduras. My research focuses on those contingent who arrived here in 2017 and 2019. 2017 was my first encounter here in the motherland, in our motherland, St. Vincent. We were welcomed by Dr. Gonzalez. Larry Nicasso officiated Mass. But nonetheless, we went and we visited Greg Place. That was emotional for me. Why emotional for me? Because I have lived in Belize and I have lived in New York. And I've always questioned, lived on the margin in terms of identity. I was never embraced, fully embraced in my community as a Garifuna woman, meaning that outside of our enclave, we were taunted. In Belize City especially, we were taunted because of we Garifuna. We were called names, Carib. It's a derogatory name for Garifuna people. This was my lived experience. So hence, in Belize, likewise, as I transitioned to New York, it was also difficult in New York. Why was it so difficult in New York? Because I entered racism. Racism means that the derogatory term, niggers, niggers, niggers. Again, I'm a nomad, living with no land. This because we were driven from Baliso. So we in diasporas, we are nomad, no home. So wherever we are in Guatemala, in Nicaragua, and Honduras, which my father is from Honduras, all Garifuna are from Honduras. We encounter discrimination wherever we are in the diaspora. Why Baliso? Because in Baliso is where our ancestors' bones are. Our ancestors' bones are there. So after 1797, when we but was literally banished from Baliso, never to return, but nonetheless, our cosmology is, Garifuna cosmology is our ancestors. We give reverence to our ancestors. We venerate our ancestors. It's continuity. But nonetheless, we never, Garinagu in the diaspora, was never able to return, to give reverence to our ancestors. Almost 150 years, we never returned to give reverence to our ancestors. So hence, our ancestor spirits are just wondering. This research, upon standing on solid ground, meaning standing on solid ground, meaning solidifying that this is home, UWI is home, meaning when we enter Greg Place and had the Thanksgiving, a gentleman asked, when are you going home? And for a moment, I pondered, where is home? Belize? New York? UWI is home. The tears kept flowing. I've never felt belonged in New York, fully in Belize, but UWI I'm finally home. So hence, because of my trauma and the pain, the discrimination, the marginalization that I have experienced since I was born, I had to take a walk with my ancestors to where? Up. With my ancestors to Ghana, walk with the ancestors, walk with the ancestors to Senegal, to Gambia, and to Togo, to the doors of no return, meaning where our ancestors collectively in this room were sent to the New World to build Western Empire. The notion of imperialism, colonialism, and neocolonialism, I understood why my history is, my identity is, it was so complex because of the powers that be. Africa. The journey continued. The journey continued. I visited London. Why London? The National Archives, in regards to the Garifuna people, shut away War of 1773. We were a first free nation prior to the United States, prior to Haiti. We were a free nation. Chatouet's punch ladle was found. Chatouet's punch ladle. Chatouet's punch ladle. That's funny, Greg. Thank you. Thank you. Walk with the ancestors. Walk with the ancestors, meaning this is in Ghana. This is the last bath. The ancestors walked before they took their last bath. Manso River. No. The last bath. This is the last bath whereby the last bath before they were shipped here in the New World. Walked. This is in Ghana. As I entered those dungeons in Ghana, the stench is still there of the ancestors, the stench of the ancestors, the dark, dusty stench still there in those dungeons where ancestors came through those doors. I recognize Akawaba. Akawaba means what? Waba means, in Garifuna, it means home. Akawaba. Right there and then, for me, it was serendipity. Serendipity because Waba means home. Walk with the ancestors. As I walk with the ancestors to the doors of no return. This doors of no return was Kinta Kunte in Gambia, in the Gambia. Doors of no return in Gorée Island in Senegal in 2022. It was so painful, heart-wrenching to unravel my history, our history. Thank you. The puzzle, my existence of imperialism, colonialism, and neo-colonialism, the puzzle has now been solved. To visit these formerly enslaved ports in the motherland were to connect with the spirit of my ancestors as a catharsis for healing, while engaged with their other diasporans who openly share their sentiments on the effect of pilgrimage at those sacred spaces. Other people were there from all over the world in Senegal, because we were all impacted by enslavement. This transition solidified my study on how diasporans and other groups whose ancestors ancestors have been victims of genocide can utilize my scholarship as an impetus for their healing. My research, of course, in literature review by all scholars who have written in regards to the Garifuna journey. My web survey questionnaires, I questioned Garifuna contingent who were in this trip in 2017, a web survey 2017 and also 2019. Collect data from Garinagu descendants who have traveled on a pilgrimage again. I'm going to reiterate 2017, 2019, including question underscoring to the Garifuna, my people, the contingent. What does Baliso means to you? After visiting Baliso, the response is heart-wrenching. Method. Interview descendants of the Garifuna nations. Garifuna nation, we are diasporans, so hence I had to interview descendants of the Garifuna nations from Guatemala, from Honduras, from Rotan, from Belize, California, and New York that were on various journey to Baliso. On my research, my question for my research, central research question, will participants in my study, all the could you please, my research question, research, will participants in my study, all the descendants of Garinagu, perceive that they have healed or are healing from the trauma that their ancestors endure by reconnecting with their broken past through pilgrimage to that sacred space in Baliso, in St. Vincent, where the atrocities against our ancestors occurred. To what extent could this scholarly finding facilitate others in the diaspora to return to their homeland or sacred sites to revisit and reconnect with their broken past? To what extent can my scholarship help diasporas heal from the trauma that they too have endured from the Garifuna shared and lived experience? As in the case of Andre Leland, Spiritual Pilgrimage of the Garinagu Past, Present, and Future 2014, as she highlighted her experience visiting Baliso. Quote, coming from a Jewish family whose ancestors experienced exile and whose people died in the Holocaust, I could very much relate to the grief I saw around me. I had the exact same feeling of overwhelming sadness as when I visited Astras, a site of the Jewish Holocaust. So hence, she's equating her pain to our pain. Fundamental theories in researching my theoretical framework, my theoretical perspective. Fundamental theories focus on decolonization. Fundamental theories to explain this work. Fundamental theories meaning decolonization and interpretative indigenous people method with the goal to help indigenous people challenge deficit thinking and any prior acceptance of this pathological description of the former colonizer. Assist in reconstructing a body of knowledge that help for transformation and social change among historically oppressed and those who lived on the margins. Indigenized research. Relationships are integral in indigenous paradigm, including among humans, between humans and the natural world, the cosmos, and between researchers, data, and participants. Core indigenous paradigm, I think, therefore I am. I think, therefore I belong. creating a progressive philosophical view. This is a paradoxical, opposed to colonizers who did not consider indigenous person as human, as equal. We were seen as subject. Indigenous ontology has many layers, epistemology. Knowledge comes from where? Knowledge comes from the Garifuna cosmology. Knowledge comes from our ancestors. Knowledge comes from our elders. Knowledge comes from elders, ancestors, and also from nature. So, hence, our knowledge has many sources. My literature review. Literature review meaning those scholars who have written in regards to the Garifuna journey. Some scholars that have contributed to this research on Garifuna include Malcolm Servo Mariano, 2010, ethnographic study titled Garifuna Duo and Culture, Continuity, Change and Resistance in the Garifuna Diaspora, builds upon the author's own self-identification as an active member of this diasporic community, and also Sister Barbara Flores, but from Morning Baliso towards a biography of Caribbean island of death, grief, and memory. Prescott. Restoring Dignity to the Caribs of Urime. Those are my research review. I had to read all these articles in regards to the Garifuna to support my dissertation. This is my research method as it pertains to the Garinagu who visited Baliso in 2017 and 2019. Qualitative, quantitative, mixed method of this survey questionnaire. I asked the first question. I need to see. Thank you. Thank you. Are you a Garifuna? A non-Garifuna? Garifuna by affiliation? Response, 93% was predominantly Garifuna. The question was, what year did you visit Baliso? What year, 2017 or 2019? The blue represent 2017, the red represent 2019. Next question. Where, I spoke earlier in regards to Garifuna in the diaspora. So hence here in the research, where do you currently reside in diaspora? Honduras, Belize, New York, California, Jamaica, Texas. The population of Garifuna people are in Honduras. Next is the Bronx, New York City, and then California. So it's reflected there that New York has the largest population outside of Honduras is New York. Yes, Honduras has the largest population, followed by New York City, then California. It's reflected here in the data collection. Which of the following categories would you describe, would you place Baliso? Would you describe Baliso as a tourist attraction, a historical place, a sacred site, home of the ancestors? Yellow represent, for the Garifuna people that I interview, it is a sacred site. Green represent, home of the ancestors. So this solidifies our theory, it solidifies our narrative that Baliso is home of the ancestors, and it is indeed a sacred site. Continue. Are you the first in your family to return to Baliso? The blue represent yes, and the red represent no. The majority people contingent who visit Balisa. It was their first time in Balisa. Initially, when did you initially hear of Balisa? Balisa just recently, within 5 years, became a conversation in our community. Within 5 years, whereby people in diaspora are learning in regards to what happened, what transpired in Balisa. So this is reflected here. Initially, your first initial, when you initially heard of Balisa. So it's reflected 4 to 5 years recently. 4 to 5 years recently. Because I did a talk show in Los Angeles about my experience in Balisa, whereby it was heart-wrenching, my connection to Balisa. It was very painful for me. To be continued. Next, please. How would you characterize what happened during your pilgrimage to Balisa? Balisa, once you're there, because it's sacred ground, your ancestors are there. So hence, once you arrive on Balisa, do you feel a sense of healing? Was it an intellectual stimulation for certain people? Were you there? Historical purpose, or this was a long, shared dream? In blue, for most of the Garifuna, Balisa is a place for healing. I'm going to underscore that human beings, we are spirit, having a human connection, a spirit. So hence, as a spirit, visiting Balisa, you are connecting with your ancestors. So some of us, Garifuna, once we, on those sacred grounds, we begin to connect spiritually with our ancestors. This is just a carcass. We are spirit having a human experience. So hence, for the Garifuna, visiting Balisa, it is a spiritual experience, not a physical, but rather a spiritual experience. What was your primary role on this journey? We have buoys, spiritualists, individuals out there on a pilgrimage, are here on a pilgrimage. Hence, I'm sorry, are you a visitor? Oh my God, a visitor. The majority of those Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Neil. The majority of those visiting Balisa were pilgrimers. The green were visitors. The purple, others. Moving forward, please. Is there a need for us to purchase Balisa? Is there a need for us to purchase Balisa? Yes. If you go to Macy's and steal, do you return back and go? If you go somewhere and steal, do you turn back stolen goods? Yeah, no. So is Balisa ours? Yes. So why should we purchase Balisa? Why should we purchase Balisa? It is ours. So why should we purchase Balisa? The majority of the Garifuna responded, yes. In the red, it says, no. What's your take on purchasing Balisa? No. Should Garifuna build a museum or a temple in Balisa? Explain your position. In the blue, it says, 69% said yes and both. Orange, red, yes, museum only. Yellow, yes, temple only. And green, neither. What's your take on that? On Baliso. Next. Upon your return from Baliso, how did you feel? A sense of healing, anger, resentment, fulfillment, all of the above. Those contingent that visited Baliso, all of the above. A feeling, a sense of healing, resentment, anger, and fulfillment, all of the above. Would you encourage other family members, students, and others to facilitate to others, affiliates to visit Baliso as a pilgrimage? Would you? Almost 100% said yes. Age group, of course, in our survey, age group. So I had a variety of age group from 16 to 24, 25 to 34, 35 to 44, 45 to 54, 50 to 64, and of course, 65. The majority was between the age of 55 and 64. Gender, predominant female, male in the red. Some prefer not to say. Down. I need consent, so I got my consent for my contingent. Next. Conclusion. The significance of my research. Social justice of we Garifuna people in diaspora have experienced marginalization, subjugation, discrimination in all of our locales, in Guatemala, in Belize, in Honduras, in Nicaragua. We experience, this is our lived experience, the Garifuna lived daily experience after we left St. Vincent, after we encounter Rotan. It continues up until today. Again, allow me to reiterate that race is just a social construct. It is artificial, it doesn't exist. But in the pathology, the mentality of other people, that race, it is real. So hence, we suffer based on this pathology, this sickness. Understood? Social justice, meaning level the playing field, inclusion, equity, and inclusion. Learning in regards to Baliso, for me, pride in my history, because initially, I grapple with identity politics. In Belize, of course, on the margin. In New York, racism. So I grapple with those politics. Nonetheless, St. Vincent and being here in St. Vincent, visiting St. Vincent, I feel a sense of belonging, a sense of home. And for the Garifuna people, we have always carried St. Vincent with us. In Belize, St. Vincent Street in Belize, and then Grega, St. Vincent Street. Nicaragua, Orinoco, we carried our culture, we carried our history, we carried our memory with us in our locales. Ignite a flame within the Garifuna community to purchase Baliso from private owners, and built a museum with joint partnership with the Ministry of Culture in St. Vincent as a tourist resort, honoring our ancestors. Facilitate pilgrimage to Baliso. All Garifuna in diaspora should return to Baliso if they can afford it, to reconnect with their broken past. Of course, connection and bonding, and transmit to future generation and study abroad in St. Vincent for Garifuna and non-Garifuna. I thank you. Any questions?
Yes, I do. Good morning, all. I want to first of all thank the Garifuna Heritage Foundation for keeping this topic alive. But Every year I come, I try to raise a question. And when I saw, the name is Luzette King. Yes, hi. Esther, when I saw the figures, my ears perked up. So the question is, when you were doing your survey, did you survey people who live here in terms of how they identify themselves? And I'll tell you why that question is important. For those of you who were here yesterday, one of the students, was it yesterday? One of the students talked about March should be a month where every indigenous component of our population is recognized. And I see that, yes, it is a melting pot, but I don't believe that any of the indigenous populations here suffered as much as the exiled Garinagu and those who were left here. So I'm very biased, full stop. When you were taken away, and I say we because I don't know if I'm Garinagu or Garifuna. I don't know. And so the question is, we need at some point to focus on those of us who were left behind. I went to Africa some time ago, years now, and I met some students, and I was shocked. They thought that those of us who left were better off than they were. They did not believe that the children here walked barefooted as much as they did. Now, you who left believe to this day that we were better off. But in a cruel way, you are better off than us. Because when I went to Belize in 2017 and couldn't respond in Garifuna, the gentleman said to me, "You from St. Vincent, you can't talk Garifuna? My dog can understand it." I took it as a joke. But when I left, it's significant. We don't know who we are. The majority of us do not know. And so it is important that one of these days, one of these sessions, there will be a discussion about the trauma we suffered while you were away. Up until 2 years ago, lands were taken away from Garifuna descendants in Richmond. The food was sacrificed for stones. We need to be talking about what happened here. So the question is, did you conduct a survey here to tell us how many of us, the 100 and whatever thousand, identify ourselves as Garifuna and Garinagu?
Okay.
It
I'm
is
going
important.
to respond to you. This is my response. This is my response to you. This dissertation is my lived experience being in the diaspora, what I have experienced as a child in Belize. So hence, this is a research of my lived experience. If you notice when I opened, I spoke about my lived experience in Belize. So hence, those contingent who are in the diaspora, in Rotan, in Guatemala, my population is in the diaspora.
Right.
So the survey was done on those in the diaspora, not in St. Vincent.
Exactly.
And when I was here in 2024, someone echoed in regards to inclusion of those that were left behind in Sandy Bay, above the dry river,
Right.
above the dry river. That is to be continued. This was initially based upon
Thank you.
my
Thanks for that
research with us
Thanks
in the
for that
diaspora.
answer.
In the diaspora, our lived experience, because now we were delicing from telling our story, so now we can tell our story in the canon. So hence, this is our voice until a lion can tell his story. Or by Anansi, tiger could speak, then the hunter story will not be glorified. This is my voice. I am recentering the narrative for those yet not born. As I entered the world, as a Garifuna, we were underdogs, carnivals. When my grandchildren enter this world, they will be respected as a Garifuna, wherever they are, in St. Vincent, Guatemala, Belize. Understood? That was my message, and that is my legacy to my people. I thank you. Encompassing, madam, encompassing my people, encompassing all people in this space. When I use the word all people, my people, it means my brothers and sisters in the diaspora. Thank you.
Despite the answer, the question remains that somebody, not me, I'm not an academic, somebody needs to put some attention here on St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Madam, I am heading to London to continue this conversation in regards to those above the dry river, meaning those sisters and brothers. You are my sister, but I have to take care of me first. Once I'm healed, then I can take care of others. So hence, it is your time. It continues. So hence, I'm heading to London. I'm coming here back in St. Vincent to live amongst my brothers and sisters. It's called ethnographic research, whereby I observe you all day and listen to your way of life. So I'm coming back. It's not over. This is my 10th time here.
In general, I tend to pause over what I sometimes, refer to as a hierarchy of horrors.
Yep.
I tend to pause about that.
Mm-hmm.
And would rather not have that conversation in general. But Luzette does make 2 points which are absolutely crucial and ought not. I am making the point that whereas in general I tend to have genuine reservation over what I call a hierarchy of horrors, comparing, different traumas from different groups of people, whether through enslavement, genocide, etc. And so we have to be very, very careful in that regard. A hierarchy of horrors, we put a question mark about that. Nevertheless, it seems to me that Luzette's point is crucial. That is to say, as a historical truth, because I am a historian, and so that's what I do, as a historical truth, when we have the forced departure, exile, banishment, all kinds of nouns have been used to describe the genocide that the British inflicted upon the Garifuna. It is equally true that all were not removed. And so those who remained in St. Vincent, they experienced what I call civilizational collapse. It was a trauma without precedent in the history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They And it wasn't simply a single year or decade. It was transgenerational.
Exactly.
Which is to say, through the decades of living in St. Vincent, those who remained had to hide their identities, had to suffer all kinds of destitutions and indignities. And in that sense, you had what I would call an erasure of memory, where that Baliso was forgotten within St. Vincent. And so, when we reflect upon the trail of suffering the Garifuna people endured as a whole, okay, we have to remember that those who remained were equally victimized and lack the numbers that would give some comfort. We cannot know the precise number of persons who remained, since the enumerators, the people who are doing the, taking the census and so on, people had reason to hide their identities. I was at the conference in 2011 when Joanne Ince, revealed that her father had kept material that had been handed down for generations, but was hidden because she and others couldn't speak of who they were. So I think that when we are writing a history of the suffering of the Garifuna, those in St. Vincent deserve equal attention. Thank you so much.
Okay. Allow me, allow me to reiterate. Allow me to reiterate. Initially, I amplified that this dissertation is our lived diasporan experience. I have not negated the fact that I shall continue this research in regards to what transpired here in St. Vincent to be continued. I thank you, my friend.
Yeah, there's a lady and there's someone in the middle there who had stood up.
Okay, I don't know what time it is right now, but whatever time, greetings to everyone. I just want to say, my sister, I do agree with you. To say something? Yeah. Okay. This is a painful situation. I came here 2 years in a row for retrieval program. I stood with those kids. I watched those kids. When I left, I said, who suffered more? God took us for us to return, to help our people.
Exactly. Exactly.
When we left, and I said that journey was not an easy journey, I dreamt an old lady on this island, and she said to me in Garifuna, have you seen the way we suffered? I could never forget that day. I watched those kids traveling on the bus from Sandy Bay all over this island to go to that retrieval program. When some of those kids get there, some said their head hurt, their stomach hurt. We asked, have you guys eaten? Not yet. I understand the pain. I understand the suffering. I question myself and I ask, Who suffered more? Yes, we suffered. We survived and we lift up because what we took with us was never taken away from us. When I returned, those kids could not speak of themselves. The parents learned Garifuna through the children that entered our program. The parents learned the songs and learned Biti Binafi. That's why the minister could have said she learned it from her 8-year-old, because the children are the ones that are taking it back home. So yes, we have a task. Not only about us, because we survived. So now that we survived, let's bring it back. I went to Sandy Bay where the lady hid some rocks and their tools that they use, and she showed it to me. And she said, this is my proof that I'm a Garifuna. I went over this island. I went to the market. I saw one of my students in the market. He was so embarrassed. When he saw me, he bent his head because he didn't want to see that after he finished the program, he goes to the market with his grandmother. When the river, there was a time the river up in Fancy and that area, they sent them all the way up there, and then they can't cross over to get food when that river is flooded.
Right. The dry river.
They suffer.
And I'll add to this. My mother was a district nurse, and she fell foul of the government, and she was sent over the river as punishment.
That's right.
That was, and this woman had 6 children below the river to send to school, and that was a normal thing. If you fell foul of the government, they sent you beyond the river to suffer. But guess what? The people there were so kind that my mother was able to put water on the fire with no food. But before the water was boiled, she would have food and meat or fish to go in it. And when they realized that my mother was living, they decided to move her again. And this is what I'm trying to talk about. And I raised it the last time. It wasn't taken seriously. And I decided I will raise it again. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to say to you, I'm proud of everything that you're doing. And I just want you to keep what you're doing. But don't forget, you came on the 2019 pilgrimage. And we went through the island. And we know even up in Greg's, because when we went to Greg's, one of the kids came to me and said, how could you bring this to Greg's? Because some of us can't afford to take the bus to get to where you guys are. The bus run all the way to Kingston, but they could not afford to take the bus from where they, to take a bus to get to Kingston to take that ride. So I could understand her pain. I could, because I watched the kids. I was there with the kids. I saw the kids. I understood where the kids were coming from. We fed the kids, so they get breakfast in the morning, and they had a meal. Trish St. Hill, was the one that brought that program here. And I applaud that lady because her effort, now I see it all over Urume when those kids are singing the national anthem. I applaud that woman. I called her personally here as a Vincentian to be here because she also understands her people and what they went through. Now us, yes, we have trauma. Garinago people, we are naturally born in trauma because of what had happened. We have that. But then here, we also need to think about doing something for our people as well.
Yes, real quick. Not to quantitate pain.
I need to say something.
Not to quantitate pain, and we're here for healing from all over the world. Sister, I do feel your pain. I'm from Belize, and I know all of us here is here for a purpose, to take the messages back, to take our experiences back to our communities. It's so dire that black people has to go through this. We haven't forgotten, but there's time for healing. this is our opportunity. This pilgrimage here, I call it, to St. Vincent, is a part of that journey to take back to our communities, to understand our people. So we might not say it, but we feel it, we're experiencing it, and we're taking it back. So we're not trying to quantitate it any at all. The same thing that happens here is atrocities wherever because we have to go through that struggle to determine whether or not are we going to heal, are we going to find solutions to all our issues and our problems. That is a task for all of us in here that has the opportunity to travel here, to save up for months and months and months, every dime that we have to get here today. So my last thing I want to say also to all those that came before us, they inspire us to be here today. Georgette, Eleanor, James Lovell, and the list goes all and on. Mr. Wellington Ramos, Joseph Guerrero, the whole kit, the whole crew, the whole Garifuna nation. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so pleased. I feel a little bit emotional. People know me, I don't get emotional. I'm but I'm here today, and I want to encourage every single one of you, the drummers, everyone that's participating, all right? And I'll be back. I'll start saving up. When I land back to Belize, I will start saving my money again, because I will come back. Nagribo ya nagero, wagero tasule. Adia. So nega mus na do me mus lida Garifuna la diga. I no do he yen dangringa gwele. Hey go to wago tigi bugarda. Você te lo hagamun wamala liyage yurumegi. So good night na ya ugu ya hama so no do he. San muti isieni tida sombro togi. Laule Negro ceremony.
Thank you very much.
Last post.
Just for your information, sir,
Yeah.
you're not the only one saving, eh?
Is that the only one?
The time has come
What's
for Vincentians to start visiting those communities,
Yeah.
to start recapturing the culture.
Wait, can I, let me just, we have that lady. But
Just before the lady,
Yeah, I just want to say something.
go ahead.
When we listened to Dr. Colon, I hope I'm pronouncing her name properly. Colon? She was saying that in Honduras, there was silence. You know, I wrote that. I kept trying to keep up with her to make notes, but she was saying about the silence, that they pretended, in a sense, that Baliso didn't happen because the elders felt this would keep them safe somehow if they didn't learn about all the trauma. But what they kept with them, and I think several of you said it, they carried the spirit, they carried all of the strength that today we could have this kind of a gathering. Dr. Nunes, I tell myself, I don't think I'm going to sit here and start to drop tears because somebody's talking about their research. But it really moved me because you didn't just say from here to Bali, so you traced us back to those doors of no return. I'm just reading a book right now about slavery, and it kind of brought, that term jumped out to me. And the thing is, in St. Vincent, we did forget who we were. We were embarrassed to admit that we didn't even know the word, Garifuna. As a matter of fact, I know there are colleagues of mine who traveled to Belize, learned a lot about who we are here in St. Vincent that we didn't know, came back and started little projects up in Greg's, up in Sandy Bay, up and so on, and that started breaking down some of the barriers. When I made a joke about some of us trying to find what percentage of Garifuna we had, it came out of that because suddenly you realize we don't even know the history, not the ones that we read in the history books, but in terms of the Baliso. Baliso has now become not just a little rock over there, but for a lot of Vincentian, it now has meaning. It didn't have meaning before. So I am saying that yes, the exile happened. Yes, and as Dr. Colon said, you're continuing to migrate even now, and you have to come together in groups to build. What I'm saying is, the fact that people from St. Vincent started connecting with people from Belize, that came back to us. to make us feel proud to be Garifuna, to make us want to look for our history, to start to, really dig and realize, wait a minute, the people in Rosebank are not East Indian people, no. They are from the Kalinago people and people in Rose Hall from which some of my ancestors come, the people up in Greg's. Oh, I thought Caribs were those kind of light-skinned, straight-hair people. How come? And you suddenly start understanding, how we all come together in a nexus and how we all really one people. And I appreciate what Lucette was saying, because as a social worker, I know there are lots of times my clients' children go to school with just hot water. There's not even sugar to put in there. And I understand that. And a lot of times, those of us go about who are educated and feel that we've made it, we forget that there are still so many people who have not moved from there, who still have to. I just met a lady a month ago who's telling me she's cooking on fireside. I said, still? Because you figure everybody has a little stove, you assume. But there are still people there, and I appreciate what Lucette said. I certainly appreciate you, Dr. Nunes, and I appreciate Dr. Colon saying that even though the silence was there, the spirit and the strength remained, and even now, you could be proud to be Garifuna, all over the world.
Beautiful.
That's it for me.
Thank you very much. Our last question would come from this lady and then that lady, and that would be the question period, because we need to move into the presentations. We need to move ahead with the presentations from the different groups that came. Go ahead. Then you pass the mic to the lady in the white, and you would round it off. Let's try to move quickly with this.
Trevor, you have to bring your people. Yeah.
Thank you for this opportunity. Dr. Nunes, I must applaud you, because yes, we were here and I witnessed the trauma that you went through. I don't know where you were looking down Balisau's way, and yes, I don't know what happened. You're the only one who could explain. I guess because of the suffering that we have gone through. Ms. Georgette, yes, you sing about our Wagari Goda. You remain Negebuga Wagay Rabe. Okay, right? And then we have that other one. Leader Ubo. Great. We're singing about our sufferings. Now, guys, let's move on. We're going to start making songs about our joy, because it's over now. Our suffering will be over. And yes, I applaud the parents here who have those children here. Give those parents a big hand. How are we going to proceed without our children in Ohio? Wake up, parents. Our children need to be here. Where are those kids? The kids that are here, look, school will excuse you. Okay? Let's up. No, tell me up. Yes. To the parents, we applaud you. The children are our future. We're not going to change if we don't train these kids, guys. Come on. Wake up. All this is good. They are the future. Teach them. Thank you.
Thank you. It is heartwarming for me to be here, seeing that it's over 200 years that we did not know our history. Reality is that there is so much about our Garifuna history that we do not know. And I know that as a fact, because I came here in 1997. That's 29 years ago. And when I came to St. Vincent, I visited our communities, and I was touched that I did not see much Garifuna, and I spoke to some people, and they did not even know Garifuna words. They only knew a few. So I was touched by that. So the reality is that we need to start writing our stories by Garifuna people, for Garifuna people, and the world, because the world needs to know that this is a part of world history. So your contribution is significant. It's beginning our story, the beginning of writing our story. So thank you for what you have done. For me, being here 29 years later, and seeing the children sing the national anthem in Garifuna. That to me is progress. So maybe we don't see the progress, but for me, coming here 29 years ago, I've seen the progress just by what I have witnessed. Okay, so that's a long, long, long time ago. And what triggered me to come here was when I was in college and in the United States, and again, we talk about the discrimination and the experiences we have, I was asked, you know, where are you from? And then I said, I'm from Belize, but of course I don't stop there. I'm Garifuna. And that was in the 80s. Don't try to figure out my age. That was in the 80s. And they didn't know anything about Garifuna or Belize then when I was going to college in the States. And so, of course, I gave the history and talked about we were exiled. I don't say deported because you do not get deported from your own country. Let's get rid of that word. It's still in history books. Let's get rid of it. We were exiled, we were expelled, we were whatever other word, whatever other synonym we have for that. So when I told us, and he said, how did you get from St. Vincent to Honduras? All that came to mind was, oh, you're Megan, nege, wabu. Only the words of the Psalms, meaning in St. Vincent are my roots. That's all I knew. That, and I'm not even a historian, but that started my quest to learn about myself. And that's how I said, when I get 2 cents and I can get the pennies put together, I will come to Urumé. So we were one of the first really to come to Urumé way back. There was a reconnection in 1967 when Mr. C.P. Cacho came, he and his father, so just so we know the history, and that was all the way back then. And then, I don't know who came after that, but we came privately. So for me to come here and have a reception, because when we came in 1997, no reception, but it was still fantastic just to be home. Okay, so we kind of, I heard we're going in a catamaran and all that. We were in people, but we've multiplied. We are
I'm from Tela. I'm from La Vida.
You may nege buga wagaira be buga daga hamutuwa harutie. You may nege buga wagaira be buga daga hamutuwa harutie. Aligi ego waya bibe fire fire ya gugulesho walu wa heine ya muyaso. Aligi ego waya bibe fire fire ya gugulesho walu wa heine ya muyaso. Buga wangu wadua yuru meki wadua heine ya wagere. Buga wangu wadua yuru meki wadua heine ya wagere. Ani ya kuliumo tuna shurute bimete ya bawachuka wabie. Ani ya kuliumo tuna shurute bimete ya bawachuka wabie.
Receiving us from day one as we continue together in this.
Thank you very much, all.
You may nege buga wagaira be buga daga hamutuwa harutie. You may nege buga wagaira be buga daga hamutuwa harutie. Aligi ego waya bibe fire fire ya gugulesho walu wa heine ya muyaso. Aligi ego waya bibe fire fire ya gugulesho walu wa heine ya muyaso. Buga wangu wadua yuru meki wadua heine ya wagere. Buga wangu wadua yuru meki wadua heine ya wagere. Ani ya kuliumo tuna shurute bimete ya bawachuka wabie. Ani ya kuliumo tuna shurute bimete ya bawachuka wabie. Uwariba negetia wagae Pagireri hania wayuna waba. Uwariba negetia wagae Pagireri hania wayuna waba. Apurariba negetia anagawa yuru meigelecho. Pagireri hania wayuna waba. Apurariba negetia anagawa yuru meigelecho. Pagireri hania wayuna waba. Amurari banegetia, nigga why you to make it lecho. I give it a honey and why you know about. I'm already by nigga and nigga why you make it lecho. I give it a honey and why you know about. Any day why I be fire, fire, I love the lecho. Why do I hate the ya so? I like why I be fire, fire, I love the lecho. Why do I hate the ya so?
So therefore, that we need a house of worship or a house of praise to our God Almighty for everyone.
Dabuyab.
Right, in Garifuna, also referred to as Dabuyaba.
Ka adigra halibeya.
Well, who has done ancestral dedication or Thanksgiving service?
Ga adigra halibe. Sun huguya. Sun wagia garinago.
Those who have, all of us Garifuna.
Gibetua aba wateni rutua ligilisi.
Most of us, we also attend our churches.
Hagosa wadabu yebare.
Where do we attend our temples? Where are our temples, our traditional temples?
Halia bage wichugo luba labure me flasule.
Where are we going to place the home or the temple or the sacred site of this homeland?
Wabut.
Our chief, our homeland, our elder leader.
Ababuga bariago.
You said.
Luagule ichuguti buluagule bari hawago irahinya. Asufuri.
What you observe and what you experience with the children suffering?
Katabuya babo. Luba isi habuni.
What is our Dabuyaba? It's a place of endearment and richness and love.
Ni lubeye mama luti bidi ahomarera gubube loma bibiri.
Therefore, wherever you go, if you don't speak with each other, if you're having troubles,
lela buserube lo yana bela warihi lula gir widi lidon walagilla.
Right. So what is needed is that experience that we can go deeply into our roots.
Aba daboya ba wanagnya irahu yinyi. Ha ariyangu be laubuye hama. Chilugu hama.
And in such a temple, we bring we bring children into such a space, and we
uti sunti gabaf. Budamu lo hachila go wagubrgo ichika subudi wong liga Garifuna duobe.
We show them guidance, and of course, our elders and our ancestors and God Almighty gives us the guidance and strength to guide these children.
Wagambu bati leibidi tihun, leibidi luagu tihun.
We'll also get messages about what certain things that everyone here don't necessarily understand or won't know or appreciate.
Subudi hamamuge irahi hayaba ya ha iser ha alugu bali Garifuna dual.
So that the younger generation now that are incorporating Garifuna Duo in their lives.
Subudi la tuagu tidabuya ba honya lugundu hafuren deru bagiyen Garifun.
So they can learn about spirituality and Garifuna way of life.
Nihen aba hadage. Aba irahiriya aba la rengo urino.
There's a child here. He told us yesterday.
Lula hamuga uruelaya. Hise la hamuga lo lau uremu.
Okay, if he was a leader here or a prime minister here, he would like the songs.
Lo yana bela hafurendero lida uremu lida ligit. Dabuya barugo nihi sarago uremu.
So he can learn about the songs and the roots of his people. And we're saying that in our sacred temple we have songs also, folk tales that reflects that.
Yarafati mahamamuga mama lo igarigo. Bituga barengo ninito. Hasu wigiru ni garigo.
so they can bring closer and relieve the tension and trauma, let go of trauma and hurt.
Lulira moso warara muwaremu wabina meredera wama lida saragu igarigo hasta wama wago.
Right, so for that we need to come together and sing and dance and praise and worship and be camaraderie, togetherness as one.
I'm tempted to not say thank you because you've made me extremely angry. You folks, you come every year, and Sister King touched on something that's been, the words I want to use I can't use with the mic, that's been aggravating me for years. You have no idea how angry those of us who remain here and their descendants, you have no idea how angry we are. You opened your mouth and you spoke Garifuna, and that has been, this been angering me for years that I can't speak that language yet. I have tried every way I can. There needs to be teachers here, and the powers that be are not making the effort for it to happen, and that is something I want to change. And that's why I told you, I started to save my money, not you alone, right? Because I am going to start visiting, and I'm starting the way our people start. My first visit will be to Rotan, and that's where I'll stay. Right? Because it's time enough, exactly. Yeah, it's time enough we start visiting you. 2, it's time enough we start visiting you to understand, to see firsthand what the culture was like from the people who maintained it. Because you don't know that back here, for those who stayed, it was licks, jail, murdered, being killed, just to open your mouth and start any conversation in Garifuna. You were killed. You were jailed, and merciless things were done to you. Have you ever not wondered, how is it nobody in St. Vincent speaking Garifuna? Well, that's the reason. They were forbidden to open their mouth and say one word, and over generations, it was lost. So don't think that you're the only ones who hurt it, and you're the only ones who are angry. Plenty of we who here has the same
anger. You remain naked, buga, wakaira, babe, buga, the hamutua, I was here. You remain naked, buga, wakaira, babe, buga, the hamutua, I was here. Aligia, go, waya, baby, fire, 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 good, good, let's go. Walua, hey, naya, muya, so. Aligia, go, waya, baby, fire, 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 good, good, let's go. Walua, hey, naya, muya, so.
Who would introduce how much persons from your group would speak?
Each one of us is going to be short and sweet. It's 7 of us, but we have our time. Don't worry.
It's all yours.
short. We're going to be sweet about it. Abalengu sunti gabaku gagi utati sunkate. Duna gagi udati. Watu gagi udati. Mua gagi udati. Agi bugira libari garabali. Bagi budupagi buga aguye. Nigeta wahala way ya agi buduni ya le. We want to thank God, our ancestors. We want to thank Prime Minister Godwin Friday and every single Vincentian. And want to thank Lisette King for that unforgettable comment. That little lady right there is fire. Miss Lisette, look at the cheeks about you. Look at everybody's cheeks. Look at this forehead. That's the Garifuna DNA Test Kit 101. You are definitely Garifuna. Look at the cheeks. We want to thank Thomas Vincent Ramos. Yes. For those who don't know, a Garifuna born in Honduras is the one who brought the message of Balaso and Yurume to Belize. And it was Vincent Ramos who educated the local Belizean Garinagu, who is now disseminating that information across the board. So thank you, ancestor Thomas Vincent Ramos, or else we would not be here. Now we have Pablo Lambe Foundation. We have Habina Hagarinagu, who are following suit, also from Belize. And we have Guatemalans here, we have Hondurans here, we have a couple of Nicaraguans following online. We have plenty of people from across the United States here. But what we're saying is there's a message that's coming, and it's coming from the direct descendants of Chief Joseph Chatoyer through his granddaughter, through his daughter Gulisi. And one of my cousins from Guatemala also alerted me today, hey, I'm Chatoyer. In my closing remark, I want to thank DIFA, Maurice Herrera. I want to thank Garifuna Survival Los Angeles. We want to thank Garifuna Roots and Culture Collective and all of the visitors that came with the Garifuna Heritage, Rite of Passage, and Pilgrimage. We want to note that we cannot forget the Nicaraguan flag. We can't forget it. We have the Garifuna flag right here, black on top. We have the Belizean flag. We have our Guatemalan flag. We have our Honduran flag. We have the historical St. Vincent and the Grenadines flag. But right there should be the flag of our Nicaraguan brethren and sisters. We can't forget that it was also the Carib International, a little history lesson for all of you. Right here we have a brother with the Garifuna flag. He's going to ask you to sign it. Don't sign over my name. It's a lot of names, but it's black on top. Carib International, which is now the National Garifuna Council of Belize. They came up with the colors, black, white, and yellow. But when it first came out, it was black, red, and it's the current colors of the German flag right now, which was not to be exact because I don't want to be wrong about it, but it went from one design to another. We're asking everyone now to honor how their ancestors left it. We have not had what's called a general assembly since exile. Until we have a general assembly, if we honor our ancestors, we will leave it the way they left it, have a general assembly, and go from there. A little historical fact. I want to call up to the mic and the stage, and if everyone could come quickly, please. Miss Anita Martinez, who we have here. Councilman Gustavo Santos, please come up. Carlos Gotoy, please come up. Mirta Castillo, please come up. Dr. Chantel Garcia, please come up. Elder Gilbert Suazo, Higabu. Elder Alex Colon, please come up. And my sister, my cousin Satoye from Belize. Is she still here? Aurelia. Oh, yeah, it's okay. We're going to allow each individual to keep you a couple of minutes of address that has everything to do with this homecoming. Again, the appropriate name of this is the Garifuna Heritage Rite of Passage, which is for the youth ages 13 to 19, and the pilgrimage for the rest of us with a little bit of gray on us. We want to thank each one of you for being here, and after this year, my baby cousin Georgette Lambe and GSLA is going to give you a profound performance. Auntie Anita, you've got the floor.
Greetings to this it's a pleasure to be here. This is a journey that has taken a long, long time. I remember when they started building the airport, and I will now mention Dr. Gill, Kadrin Gill, who lives in Los Angeles, and I met him early at the beginning of my relocation to Los Angeles when I started doing community work. I met Dr. Gill, and he has been a faithful supporter of every Garifuna activity that he's made aware of. You know, he has thrown his full support behind us. So I would like to give a shout out to Dr. Kadrin Gill. And through him, I would get the updates about what's going on in St. Vincent. The airport is being built. The airport, we will take a delegation to have the inauguration. It never worked, it didn't work out for me. But then for this year, I did not want another year to go by without me coming home to see where my ancestors were. So it gives me great honor to be here. And when I look at all the faces, to know that I am with people who share my passion and awareness of our Garifuna journey, an awareness that still continues to grow. Because believe it or not, my 50-year-old son was born on April 12th. And up until, again, 1997, up 1997, the bicentennial, the April 12th, that was the only significance of that date to me. My son is born on April 12th. I did not connect it with our history. I did not make that connection. And so, as a result of that, I vowed that I would make as many people know about April 12th as possible. And you know, when you have faith, you believe, even your simple little wishes, you see them come through. So it got me great comfort when Thomas Zuniga a young man from, I guess his roots are from Guatemala, decided to start Garifuna Empowerment Movement. And the Garifuna holiday, the Garifuna date that he focused his energy on was April 12th. He went to the city council, have it declared Garifuna Day. He did, and I was so pleased to have that acknowledgement. However, it didn't last very long. It fizzled out, and much to our disappointment. And after that, that was when we decided that we will do April 12th. I felt a mass was the most thing that I could be comfortable. It's more sustainable for the community to have a memorial mass. That memorial mass has grown. We're talking about homecoming. So we try to do a little of our own homecoming on the Saturday closest to April 12th, where we start our service in a solemn manner at a candlelight procession, and through the generosity of Dr. Joycelyn Palacio Cayetano, we have replicas of replicas representing the 11 ships on which we were shipped, and the children process carrying those replicas, each child carrying a replica. And along the children there, each person carries a candle. We invite people to buy candles and light the candles in memory of their loved ones. And those candles are placed at the foot of the altar. That is how we celebrate Survival Day, April 12th in Los Angeles. We've been doing so for the past 15 years, minus 2 years during the pandemic. And again, like I say, it is our own way of trying to bring our homecoming to our people where they are until they can make it to this precious soil, Urume. So, I will not take up any more of your time, but I do want to share our journey because we're talking about how we can preserve, how we can maintain, how sustainable is this experience here. Well, in Los Angeles, you know, Los Angeles is considered one of the largest Garifuna communities, and it is a vibrant community. I have here just a series so that you can, if you're interested to find more about it, you can let me know. Like between the 70s and 80s, I got to Los Angeles in around 1978. But by the time I got there, the Garifuna communities were already in place, practicing Garifuna traditions, doing Garifuna celebrations, Beluria, anything. I think they even had a dugu at least once while I was there. And then you go to homes, you'll see a bat, you wonder what they're doing with a bat. Hanao, because Hudut is in the house, you know, that kind of way. So the Garifuna culture, we brought what we carry within ourselves, and as soon as we can get the physical manifestations of our culture, we get them, and we bring them with us. So that was, so they had 19th Mass already. The Garifuna Settlement Day Mass was already being celebrated in Los Angeles. And over the years, the organizations work together, and that is another thing. I don't know how other states do it, but we in Los Angeles, we work together. Settlement Day means that in those days, each group is represented at that service. And during that year too, during the 70s and during the 80s, one of our big crowning achievements was participating in the Olympics. Again, and that brought together the communities of Belize, Honduras, Guatemala. The organizations around at that time was Preservation of the Garifuna Culture Society, Hermandad from Livingston, and we always had a Garifuna choir. And those are the things that keep us going. If you want to know anything else about it, let me know. And you know, but one thing I was always aware of in Los Angeles, I said, gee, since that ship left our ancestors and we all scattered, at least here in LA, we all came together. And at least once a year, we could be under one roof, all of us from different places, doing valuable things, preserving and maintaining our tradition. So I'll quickly go through the organizations. Garifuna Settlement Day, Preservation of Garifuna Culture Society, Hermandad de los Livingstenios, the Garifuna Choir, Sonoka, which is a group from Honduras. Then GOLA was an umbrella organization, and the efforts of GOLA was to try to get all the organizations under it, so there were representatives from each organization in GOLA. And then, again, during the 90s, we got into the museum project so that we can have a museum in Los Angeles. Ruben Reyes headed that effort, and we wherever we can, we participated. I was a roving activist. Wherever there was something that I can do, I try to do what I can there. So I personally experienced these efforts as they were being executed. Then we have a third Sunday Garifuna Mass. Every third Sunday of the Mass until the pandemics, we had a Mass, Garifuna Mass. And it gave people to get more grounded in their spirituality. It also allows us the opportunity to wear our Garifuna attires to church, and people look for, and it was growing until the pandemic. And there was a lot of behind the scenes lobbying that went into that for us to keep it. Marta Ciego over there we were a theme trying to keep that going, and Ann Lucas over here. Then that is the third Sunday Mass. Then we also had a Garifuna Culture Night. Because we are immigrants, I know when I left Belize, we didn't even have a retirement system. When I left Belize, your retirement was your children, Those are the ones who, so we didn't know about those kind of things. So we felt that it would be valuable to feature our Garifuna people who have achieved certain levels of knowledge in the American community to come and share their journey with us. And that was what Garifuna Culture Night is about. And we do a little 15 to 20 minutes cultural event. That lasted for a while too, the Garifuna Mass. And then I've also been engaged in a language program. A distinguished professor of research from UCLA has been documenting the Garifuna language, and I worked with her, and now we're working now with a living dictionary. Marta is still actively working on that project. This is going on in Los Angeles, and we also have a Garifuna language class that she teaches every other Wednesday night. So, and then there was the desire to have Wanargua, our traditionally Wanargua back home. Then Ruben Reyes started that, coordinated that we'll go house to house. Then Flavio Alvarez from La Boga was the chief for many years. And when he retired, he passed the baton to Chief over there, Vincent Sampson. Yes. So we do have Wanargua in LA, and we go from house to house like we do back home, thanks to Wala. Then, I think that's about that. We have the Garifuna Survival Mass. 3 years ago, we started including a Garifuna Gospel Fest. We felt that there's so many activities surrounding music, and we are such a spiritual people. And oftentimes when we get older too, we can't move up like we used to be, but we still want to enjoy the music. So the Garifuna Gospel Fest was born, and now that's also part of our Survival Day event. This is going to be our third year doing that, and it has been well received by the community. And also Garifuna Survival Team, we offer scholarships to our youngsters who have been active in the community. We identify those and we offer scholarships to them. Also, to encourage the love of education, the pursuit of education, we also have a graduate page where those who want to can be featured on the page, and so our community know how our community is progressing, because we know that education opens doors, and we want to support that. So this is what we do in Los Angeles to maintain our culture, and I hope you will find value in some of it that you might want to try for yourself as you do your work in the community. And for us, we believe that that means we all have something to offer. Every one of us have something to offer to enrich our culture. So it's up to us to find out where we can fit and where we can be of the most value. And there is a lot of work to be done. So with that, I leave you. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, compañeros. ¿Cómo están? Bienvenidos a San Vicente. Primeramente quiero dar las gracias al gobierno de San Vicente por tenernos juntos aquí esta tarde. Mi nombre es Gustavo Santos, soy hondureño. Soy el primer Garifuna electo en los Estados Unidos. Primer Garifuna. Y estoy acá representando lo que es la grandeza de nuestra gente. Basically, my friends, I just want to tell you that I'm from New York, born in Honduras. The first Garifuna elected official in the United States. But I'm here to represent the gratitude that we have for the government of San Vicente. My district does not look like this. Most of the time, 99% of the time, I'm speaking with Caucasians. So this is the first time I have an audience where it's all Garifuna. So thank you. Thank you. Also, I want to say thank you to all of you that have saved your 50 cents, your dollar, to be here. To be here because it's not easy to take a flight from New York or from Los Angeles. So thank you. Give all yourself a hand. Also, I want to say thank you to Garabali. He's the reason why I'm here for the second time in a row. So please give him a hand. And you know what? What I'm getting from here today, I'm going to bring it back to New York. Monday. Lo que yo estoy escuchando aquí esta tarde, lo voy a llevar a Nueva York porque tenemos 500,000 de garífunas en Nueva York. 500,000 garífunas in New York. And almost 1 million, I think, in the United States. So this message, todo lo que ustedes dicen, everything that you say, is going to be bring back to the United States. Because we need to know our history. Necesitamos saber nuestra historia. Porque muchos de nuestros niños, nuestras niñas, no saben las historias que nosotros tenemos. Y es una historia rica. It's a rich history that all of us, los niños, the young kids, need to know. So that's our pledge to our people here in San Vincent and to everybody in the United States, in the diaspora, that what we learn here, we're going to take it back. We're not here for a vacation. We're here for a mission. Yes, sir. Okay? We're here for a mission, and that mission is to go back home and teach our kids. All right? Even though I represent gente blanca solamente, eso no importa, porque yo estoy aquí este día representando a nuestra gente garífuna. Y para que ellos sepan que hay un garífuna, que ustedes conocieron un garífuna negro aquí en San Vicente y es un político, y que ellos pueden ser también un político o una política en los Estados Unidos o en otra parte del mundo. Muchas gracias a todos. Yo puedo hablar por 10 minutos más. ¿Quieren que yo hable por 10 minutos más? No, ya me dijeron, vete al carajo. Thank you very much.
Okay, Nuguya Alicia Nidibay. Busena na nigga musuda lunerengo home. Wagrigia. Ni aba nibuay. Un hermano. Yo tuve un hermano, Garifuna. Muchos de ustedes lo conocieron. Él falleció en 2020. Jorge Castillo. Nuguia, yo era la que lo seguía. Entonces, I had many reasons to continue that legacy that my brother left. My brother was a historian. He literally studied Garifuna. And it is so important. Once again, please let us learn, let us find out here in UWI and anywhere else in the world where we're found, right? So what I want to say with all of this, I do travel agency now. I have a lot of hats, guys, a lot. But one of my aim is Alicia's Sun and Tours right now. I just want to ask the people that travel with me here to UWI today, please stand up. Que se paren todas las personas que vino con Alicia Sun and Tours. Muchas gracias a cada uno de ustedes. Muchísimas gracias. What am I doing with this? Guys, Alicia Sons and Tours, once again, we all travel, right? But we have to stick together to do this, to move together, to do things together. I'm not doing this for gain. If anything, sometimes I lose. This is my first year with Alicia Sons and Tours, and I just wanted to make it Garifuna. That is all. And I'm also an author. I have a book out there. I sing. I'm also a nurse. You guys get it? We could do a whole lot of things together, okay?
Check.
Blessings, family. Hello. We want to thank God for this moment that we're here living. He has shown us that he have not forgotten us. She has not forgotten us. We feel the pain of our ancestors, our family members who stayed behind. It's heavy a burden for all of us, exiled and not. Most important thing about this experience is that God, Mother God, Father God has not forgotten us. He was with our forefathers, is with us, and will also be with our posterity. I am here with a feeling within. It's like we have been called along with my brother Ebu Mbuye here to come, but we have not been able to, but now we're here.
Lidale wayano gube wamogwa la susere dala abalichuguni wa dumure won lula wayabi lau aba inebese lau aba idebese.
When we got the message to come, we were instructed to come with humility and respect.
Inebese le ederegerube won santuario gien aba liawadina
the blessing that we received from a saint-like person like Jesus Christ.
Lichugubay dumure furume wayabi ibideti won kabalabuga wadega memegwa wagambadi aba vidi anage wonu.
When we first got the instructions to come, we had no clue what we were going to do, but we followed the instructions.
Sarago algdahani kabaun la deregeru akaba eresibire.
Our questions, what are we going to do? Who we're going to bless with it, give it to, who's going to receive it?
Lida la wadige marido bungi wa wibirigu niha awadige marida wa niha pak he sunkate lela buserube lu larga de nilemeri.
And God working with us, family. God is working with us while preparing the path forward for us.
Lumage niabi wadima luginye ayahe hayabuga ibirigu agura baha New York luba gawara bila la resibiruni wa liawa dina wabiri Kristu uriti santuario na tida ligili silen luba hagoba hawabirigu Bronx nibiti asaragu hadage ibirigu ha luge buga hagoba ha lula gunfuliru onunile.
Before we came from Guatemala, went to New York, we met at a church where we did a presentation, i.e., of a black Jesus.
Ibideti bugawon halie balawa deregere lewa subu dirube awante la yuruming.
We didn't know where we were going to deliver it, but we knew we were coming to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Nihin buga aba ibiri aba la nugani sunti gabafu yahon yuruming ke sisi we yu lubarege gwa wachiluru yahon.
There was a brother who came here 6 days before we did.
Afena riha humali la dinyuru ibiri Carlos Gamboa.
Carlos Gamboa.
Lubuga gawara beila laranseha idati maluba la luaguti Cristo uriti santuarium.
So that he could make preparations for that black Christ.
La ufurumia ti dumure la chilero tidon basilica ya San Vicente daragulinha luho bufadri la wabisibu luheresi biruni.
When he got here, the arms of the pastor, the preacher, were wide open to receive that gift.
Malugunda lida lichugu dumure luagu Garifuna la eresi bire Garifuna lao inebesele.
It was a blessing that it was a Garifuna pastor receiving a Garifuna emissary with this gift. Thank God for all of us, for those who struggled for us. From wherever we come from, lift our hands up unto the Lord. Let's not forget to.
Hama anu fatia halichu ubanya bungi lugara bela gamani haribanya laginye wabu lida sungwa dinyuru.
And giving thanks to God and not forgetting our ancestors and those who struggled on our behalf.
Sereme.
Thank you.
Sereme.
Sereme. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Chantel Garcia. Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Chantel Garcia. I am the daughter of Anita Martinez and Ivan Martinez. I'm happy to be here today to give brief remarks. I first want to introduce my family, my husband there, Frankie Garcia, my daughter, Ivy Garcia, Isiani over there, and Ere in the back. These are, I like to call them the fruits of my womb. And I'm really glad, my message today, Miss Dorina kind of touched on it earlier, the children. I took them out of school unapologetically. This is a part of their education. And I gave the teachers a brief history lesson like I do with anybody that I meet, especially in America, that Garcia. Well, if you knew my maiden name, it's Martinez. Then they're like, whoa, you know. And so then I have to give them that history of who I am. So everybody that knows me knows the Garifuna story. And if I don't have time, I'll say Garfuna, Google it. But I still give a little direction because sometimes the things on the internet are not correct, right? So anyway, just to say, it's so important that we bring our children. I'm a little disappointed that we don't have more children here. Why this is important, the only reason that I am able to be up here, and I don't speak Garifuna, okay, so I understand the anger, I do. I really do understand the anger. I know that I have a privilege in the fact that I grew up with people speaking Garifuna around me. And so they say that makes it easier for me to understand, because even though they didn't speak it to us, I heard it. But I do understand the anger when you don't have that key part of who you are, that key part of your existence. And so for me, luckily, there they are. There are the children. We asked for them and here they come. That's awesome. And that everything is just, that's how this whole journey has been. But I just wanted to say, you have to bring the children, even if you think we're sitting here, it's kind of long-winded and boring. My mom took me to every meeting that she went to. I'd be asleep, wake up, and I'm still at the meeting. But it was downloading. It was going into my psyche. And when all my elders did their thing, Miss Joycelyn, you're not my elder, I'm not going to say that, but she had a career day where she introduced different careers to us children. These are the things, they have to go early. Luckily, we had that Garifuna Mass. My kids grew up going to that Garifuna Mass because that was one of the wholesome, because you know how we do it, I had to take them to something wholesome. Where at church, I know they're going to get a nice Garifuna experience without some of the other good-timey things that we like to do. And so that, I think, was a good part of planting the seeds. You'll see them, why I'm saying those seeds are already planted in my children. Bring your children. Bring your grandchildren. Please. Even if you don't think it's interesting, they will start, in it, like I said, early. They will start to understand. Explain to them our history. Give them their little words. I'm not fluent in Garifuna. I will never claim to be. But in my house, on the water, Duna. Under the clock, Kaora Gwenle. You know, I have little signs around so that they can just start to practice. I tell them, use your little Garifuna words when you're at school. That's your secret language. You know, and my kids, 2 of them are in dual language programs, so they're learning Spanish as well. But my other plea to our Garifuna speakers in the house, embrace us that are trying. Some of us are very proud, and we don't like I'm not one to really laugh at myself. So I don't like when I try to speak and they laugh at me. And especially because I have an American accent, right? So then I have to get teased about my American accent when I'm saying my Garifuna words. But you know what? We're laughing, but that stops us. We don't feel as comfortable. And oftentimes, our people are more embrace other people that don't look like us. When they speak Garifuna, Chahi, Bari, with them, right? But when we try to speak, it's a little, you know, we get teased or we get a snide comment. So that's my message to you all. When we try to speak with our accents, you could chuckle in the back of your head, okay? But just correct us with kindness, warmth, and lovingness, just like you would do those outside people. Because I see everybody loves to post the person that doesn't look like your typical Garifuna person speaking Garifuna. Okay. But you know what? We need to be speaking Garifuna. That's what we should be celebrating. When I say something in Garifuna, I should be getting a round of applause. When my children are speaking in Garifuna, they should be getting a round of applause, okay? Share them, okay? So that's my message. Don't forget about the children. Let's be intentional about bringing our children along on this journey. And next year, we're going to have more children here. And then, Alicia, we're all going to Rotan, because that's on my bucket list. So we're going to have to plan that trip. And let's just keep this moving forward. And don't forget our children. Thank you.
Yeah, Mabuga, Bitra Mangoyo. Aule Gilbert Suasu, Tisani Catalina Amaya Suasu. Nugusu, Pino Nugusu, Undurana. They may Eurogid there about a Liganda Undura.
Trump de la Cruz. KB gather here now, let that need from any day on the room. Okay, well, I'll go straight into English. The message that I have is just about reconciliation and the call to action. Last year, November 19th, I was the Ombudsman of Belize, and I had the distinct honor and privilege to be a guest speaker for the National Garifuna Council celebration. In that celebration, I recount some key issues that I've observed throughout my lifetime. My mother took me to Honduras to get some serious lessons. I stayed there for about 2 years before returning, then went into Holy Ghost school. Went through Holy Ghost, then ecumenical. But during all the time when I was being groomed as a young man, soon I down maybe with the Arab. Soon I get down with the Ochaha. Right? We were farmers, we were fishermen, we were seafarers. That is one of the reasons why we survived the long wars against the French, the British, because we were self-sufficient as Garinagu. Now, Bule Guadwa, Katawala, we have forgotten who the hell we are. Why? Because we, who always are proud to say that we are not enslaved, are now part and part of the system that keep us down. Okay? Why? Because it is my humble view that we have forgotten who we really are. Farmers, fishermen, seafarers who had a relationship with the land, the sea. We have forgotten where we came from. So, I am happy to be here, right? My partner and I are here. But the important thing is to take the message that we are all talking about, to call to action for us to be Garifuna first, Garifuna second, Garifuna third, and Garifuna all the time. Because of our resilience, we have joined different churches. Because of our resilience, we have become members of different political parties. We have become different things and forgotten our core. My message, my call to action, I am urging each and every one of us to return to who we are as Garinagu, strong, resilient, brave, proud people, and have a relationship with the land, with the sea. That way, we don't have to be part of the system because we can feed the world. So let us do what Garinagu do. We can still be nurses, we can still be policemen, we can still be whoever we want. But let us return to have the relationship with the land, with the sea, and we can feed ourselves, feed the world in doing so. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aurelia Satuye. Everybody, haliagi Satuye baba. Bueno, hanaga bukan niyona kuyagi. Uguya na subudere lautibari la gulisi. Ay titibar lubay gulisi. Garabali niduhege. So he is part of my family because we were taken from here. We were expelled. Bugawar gutua yagi. Lataga lidera bugu Garifuna because Garifunas were very strong. There is something important for me, and I think for my Garifuna surroundings, that we have taken what is not ours. We copy any other thing. We don't want to be Garinagu. We want to be British, Spanish. We want to be whatever. But we don't want to be us as Garinagu. And you know what? Let me tell you something. Our ancestors were very intelligent people. There were no universities. They did not go to school. But they had so much knowledge. And if they didn't have it, we wouldn't be standing here today. And we would have not come back to Yurume. We would not eat ereba, hudutu, alabundiga, tapo, udra sale, uatu meha refrigerator, uatu nevera. But nowadays, if we don't find a refrigerator, all our food is going to spoil. Why? Because we don't want to salt fish. We don't want to plant our foods. Giribu wa mawari go ni duhinyo. Magiribu da wa malu fulasu. Giribu wa mage lu wechu, lu wagabrigu, lu hanichigu wa duhin, lu isi habune. Madago madanyu wono ogu. Suanda narengu ni mebe de narengu. Lau Garifuna duwa muna dagi lagumesera. We start from home. Ahwa matumar Garifuna wabie. Lausung harengu balau mehatida luba furende. Madam haba Garifuna, madamar habe bururule. But heret ya meha waduhanyu, ligiani hegwal benyenya ile ugunye. Biansan wen nefo irumu wanega biansan darandi. Luege buka habugo gunwa wayunago. Giribu ya dua warigo, ingani hegwa nyenye ile wada saragu. Hahisi habube Garifuna wong. Nedu hayu abargabe nengu magura wa mai Garifuna duwe. Lenye lumuti wachiler, Garina go wagie. Mafani ragwa mai Garifuna labuga, bariu, potu, travessia, bahama. No. Garifuna wagie Garinago. Heidi baibuga Garinago yagie. Magaira tiambuga. Murusu, abuna na hame waduha yung hageira. Murusu, pero risi kubayin Garifuna. Mama te lau sensu ne duha yung. Nihe saragu irisi na ilida Garifuna. Arani. Egini. Megitim ha Garifuna hamburgers. No, ni duha yung. Mahara wa matu wabi. Ladaga wafaru nye wanasinyo, wafaru nye wanichigo, wafaru nye wara. Sere me do hiyo miba de gabe nengo pe busena gati nichigo. I want to thank my sister Virgen Rodriguez who hosted me to come back to Yurume. Okay. So we thank the Almighty that we are in our ancestral land. Somebody tige un lau ayahela wayuna go wama lenye lumuti wachilder. Oh, my bobur na itida que sun tarumana nigi. Seremi.
Yes, buiti wayo sun ni doing. Of course, I must say, protocol has been established. The sister is saying, let's come back to our homeland, and of course. Thanks to James Lovell and Ms. Tristan Hill and Ms. Verna Arthurs and others who started the journey to work with children here. And also, I'm also following that footsteps, teaching children traditional Garifuna songs and music, and drumming. I've done workshops in New York, and also one of those songs was Giribuama Yurume. Giribuama Gwarigo, Giribuama Yurume, Hageira Garinagu Yurume, Giribuama Warigo. Let's come back to Yurume. Let's come back to Baliso. Let's make our homeland our place of endearment and our place of sacred worship. Another song I teach the children will be in terms of togetherness, right? We say in both, and this way is teaching them bilingually, English and Garifuna, right? So, we're talking about God. Our God is an awesome God, right? Our God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above with wisdom, power, and love. Our God is an awesome God. Hanari meti luba fuwabureme. Sandi umuti sagwe. Lau furende luma isieni. Gaba futi wabureme. Gaba futi wabureme. Laulia Nigiro. Thank you. Let me call on Georgette.
All right, guys, we're about to get a special performance from Georgette Lambe and the Garifuna Survival Team, and it's going to be lunchtime after that. We just want to let those people know that if you're on the buses is going to leave around 3 o'clock. So lunch, back here, 3 o'clock, we get on buses. Georgette Lambe and the Garifuna Survival Team.
Just a correction, there is a closing ceremony at 3 this afternoon right here. And you're all invited to stay. Remember I told you about that earlier. So the bus would leave promptly at 4 p.m. Okay? Thank you.
Hello, hello. All right, guys, I'm Georgette Lambe, and I'm here with Survival Team and also with the Pablo Lambe Foundation. Because I'm big on preserving and retrieving, we have some of our beautiful children here from Yurume. We'll start off with them, where we will be demonstrating a little bit of our culture to them. Just
Come on,
to
kids.
something with it.
Kids, come up, please. All the babies, if you're a child, come on up. Under 18, come on up here, or something like that. Look at this. Round of applause for the beautiful kids, y'all. I mean, Chantel, hey, knock on the door and the guy will open it, right? She asked about the children and they walked right in.
It doesn't. Aren't you start the conch shell? What's there na hey na ya boom my baby wo. What's there na hey na ya boom my baby wo. Oh, what's there na hey na ya boom my baby wo. Bugawadi watia wa gebe, Bugawadi watia wa gege, you remain. Bugawadi watia wa gebe, Bugawadi watia wa gege, you remain. Hey, I don't go agia, my fire, I don't go agia, Buro, open. Bugawadi watia wa gebe. Bugawadi watia wa gebe. Haya dogo wagia. Bugawadi watia wa gebe. Bugawadi watia wa gebe. Haya dogo wagia.
You remain nigga buga wagaira be. You remain nigga buga wagaira be. Yeah, ligi ya guwa ya be be.
Fire, fire, haya dogo le. Oh yeah, so.
Yeah, ligi ya guwa ya be be.
Fire, fire, haya dogo le. So wabia ena ya mo ya so.
Bugara bingo watia wabaye. Bugari banegetia wagaye.
Akiweri hania wa you no go about.
Bugari banegetia.
Anuga wa you no megele so. Akiweri hania wa you no go about.
Bugari banegetia.
Anuga wa you no megele so. Akiweri hania wa you no go about.
Bugawa guwa duwa you mege. Hey naya
amuya so.
Bugawa guwa duwa you mege.
Walu hey naya wage.
Ania gule
mo dona chete bete. Yaba wapu na wabi.
Anigi gule abi. Duna chete bimete.
Yaba wapu na wabi.
Ania gule mo.
Dona chete bimete. Yaba wapu na wabi.
Bugari banegetia wagaye.
Akiweri hania wa you no go about.
Bugari banegetia wagaye.
Akiweri hania wa you no go about.
Bugari banegetia
nuga wa you megele so. Akiweri hania wa you no go about.
Bugari banegetia
anuga wa you megele so. Akiweri hania wa you no go about.
Mege wa male wa bungurate.
Mege wa male. Mege wa male shatuyema. Nige hero ha you be.
Mege wa
wamale wabungurate.
Mege wamale shatoyema. Nege ahiro hayurume.
Burari banegati maige.
Burari bawaga. Buru lobane wabungurate. Mege ni matude wagiyo.
Burari banagawa yurumeige.
Burari bawaga. Buru lobane wabungurate. Mege ni matude wagiyo.
Burari banagawa yurumeige.
Burari bawaga. Buru lobane wagwema. Mege ni matude wagiyo.
Mege wamale wabungurate.
Mege wamale satuyema.
Aningira hero high. Mege wamale chatfumanate.
Mege wamale satuyema. Nege hero high yurume. Bomba. Hata.
Agaya.
Ayaha.
Mochano.
Dombo.
Mochano.
Bombo.
Le sandite.
Roll.
Le masandite.
Le ba pedwo.
To sanditu.
Road.
To masanditu.
Le ba pedwo.
Hey.
Bomba.
Ingita ho paulira ne.
Nagera hamugo.
Aningita ho paulira ne.
Nagera hamugo.
Aningita ho paulira ne.
Nagera hamuga. Wale abega farahatiyo.
Ningita o bolera ne.
Nagera hamuga. Wale abega farahatiyo.
Down baby gotta walk.
Won't it be the Hawaii?
Baby gotta walk.
Won't it be the Hawaii?
Baby gotta walk.
Won't it be the Hawaii? Till I fedo wa leo irgo.
Baby gotta walk.
Won't it be the Hawaii? Halifedo wale wirbo
Ladaga ne sandego
Noni ne tarawabwe
Ladaga ne sandego
Noni ne tarawabwe
Ladaga ne sandego
Noni ne
Anabagudayana Tone me kwene boyeta
hallelujah
Ladaga ne sande
Noni ne anabagudayana
Tone me kwene Alagada heina
no mara kato punasa tinarobo kato alagada heina
sarse alagada heina
no mara kato punasa tinarobo kato
ona babana
aibewa agabana mugabo mage
ona babana
wawo ona babana aibewa agabana mugabo mage
ona babana
mawo ona babana aibewa agabana mugabo mage
alagada heina
no bara kato punasa tinarobo kato
alagada heina
no bara kato punasa tinarobo kato
ona babana
aibewa agabana mugabo mage
ona babana
mawo ona babana aibewa agabana mugabo mage
ona babana
babana ibirewo agabana bugabo bage libe sage betego libe biara timawo libe sage betego libe biara timawo libe basabo sebewo sebese tebuge hanechego libe biara mawo libe basabo sebewo sabose tebuge hanechego libe biara mawo libe basabo sebewo sabose tebuge hanechego ona babana mawo ona babana ibirewo agabana mugabo mage ona babana mawo ona babana ibirewo agabana mugabo mage Bomba! Chuchu! Hata! Hagaya! Ayaha! Hagaya! Ayaha! Hey, libime Garifuna mau, ay pagwang gawin ako.
That was Hugu Hugu for my little babies. That's one of the General Hugu Hugu. Thank you guys so much.
You remain nege buga wagera be buga daga hamutua harutie. You remain nege buga wagera. You remain nege buga wagera be buga daga hamutua.
Good evening again. We've passed the time for the morning session. So right now, because of all the information that we've gotten, it is like food. So right now you are on lunch. Sing if you will. You're on lunch. Right? So sing along. We will return at 2 o'clock to start the evening session. Thank you very much. 2 o'clock.
All right, Georgette Lambe, please, at the park. Thank you. One more by Georgette Lambe, guys, and then it's lunchtime. We are officially on lunch hour. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Wabai Mahakya.
Lunch break. Mine's there. Well, you know about this because you play too. Huh? So a dead man walking and I even bring the charger because I thought it was going to work. He said 8 hours, but... ni dang te lira la de ga ye be ah Noah Noah Ebuka wa ya no adina wa ni dang te lira la de ga ye be ah ni chuga Hallelujah. We nagaria. Ole.
Start the Führer. One, two, 10.
What day, boy? What you gonna, boy? Ni tudo, ni de biasa bo. La compite la gata bana uma. Ni tudo, ni de biasa bo. La compite la gata bana uma.
Viva na lobo aku sapule, viva na lobo aku barrio, ari na muge temeri wabao. Apiura barbana, viva na lobo aku sapule, barrio, ari na muge temeri wabao. Oh, yeah, you're on the Galasso, yeah, you're on the Simnissy, Boogie no Marie Bay, Yabana. Oh, yeah, you're on the Gano, yeah, you're on the Redero, Boogie no Marie Bay, Yabana. A beautiful Barabana. Even a love work by you. A beautiful Barabana. Diana Muge. Sheila Nitro, Liberia Sabon, La Bisiela, Garabana Puma. Nitro, Liberia Sabon, La Bisiela, Garabana Puma. A Fiura Barabana. A Fiura Barabana. Oh, I am Mamma Ganame, Mama Waba. Twago Bigidara, Tia Nesebeda. No, I go Bumalale. Gahe bahu nanige Mama we abia loni Wa birguya loni wasani I want the babu yo ho I want the babu yo ho I want the Bible, yo ho. I want the Bible, yo ho. I got here by Nanike. 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 Twago Bigidawati and Nesebeta. No ago bumalale anana uba Kaemba onanike Kaemba onanike I don't know the song.
Midaya Kalise Boyana Nike Midaya Kalise Boyana Nike Mije Owatino Luna ya Ide Mahadu Diana Miwa Look we do what
Lubuido wasinu ya wageda ni begono. Kasa wago yeri goda. Oni chelo jagojo. Lubuido wasinu ya wageda ni begono. Kasa wago yeri goda. Oni chelo jagojo. Dodo go baby, la guerra oenie, dangre ka baby, la guerra la bisela, sagade chelo dogoto, chayara wa burura, wage me masa batwa hale ba we buga, ye do mega ba yo ligia go dem ya bono malagono. Yaru e budu na twalwa he ti bagade. Dongo ayaro, toma yaro mama, emera guatao, saya tebo. Afarata igira mutu, kabata zero afara. Afarata igira mutu togo chora, kabata zero afara. Boga wali ya moto takai na niye aliyo basa. Dumure itaria go telegram choro ugo ye hula huyo lago hega de gerigie agaita haruete au ne bi yaruea. Oh no bobo igira bawa wo nigiwo lo me wagabure mache babatia bogude be babubion digigwa bugu ye me badero babi fisiote la duga tomarogo a wiete bina hore afarada igira mototogo choro kabata fiero afara boga waligia moto tagaida kie alio bata. Afarata igira mototogo choro kabata sera afara magawal mabuke na wama niduye yo lau wakudeme mabuke na wama niduye yo lau me galina kuwagia ina kudeme abara lubadiwa wakude galina kuwagia lina kudeme wakurea hoa mama sowadu luwa bagaitu yeta duwa luwa bagaitu mama sowadu luwa bagaridu ye jadua luwa bagaridu garina kuwagia leda kudeme waguria wa abara lubadiwa wagudeme garina kuwagia leda kudeme waguria Abai Raule, Raule, Abai Raule, Raule, Batati Loli Nasio, Garifuna, the summer people. Abai Raule, Raule, Abai Raule, Raule, Batati Loli Nasio, Garifuna. Lumage yuro gidina, lumage yuro gidina. Garifuna na yanwa be ni dueno. Lumage yuro gidina, lumage yuro gidina. Garifuna na yanwa be ni dueno. Garifuna nuya. Garifuna nuya. people, sing it out loud. Oh, Garifuna Nuya.
Nigga natin, uwa natin. Mama la da galera nati afie ba gere baba nonin. Bucha no wago agamba balu wewe gara la de moaya nigga natin buwan. Mama la da galera nati afie ba gere baba. Bucha no wago Magambo tali teresane veruto Ebo se haronege Digirone ebim teto Kasana tukbe oni garina goma Dumne abenu agwaya ida no bame So die I'm gonna go no abe I go no go churo no area uguye Kasana de be oni garina goma dumre abenu agwaya ida no bame Isailira don't we run now How am I gonna go no abe I go no go churo no area uguye machira go aro fino turo retired
Oh, Buiti Rabangweo. Buiti, okay. Buiti Wabangweo. Wabangreo. 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 Wabangreo? Buiti Wabangweo. Buiti Wabangreo. Where you? Buiti Wabangweo. Well, a pleasant good afternoon to you all, and we are about to restart. Buiti Wabange Weyu. Thank you very much for returning to this evening's session. For the remainder of the evening, at approximately 2 hours, we will be covering under the theme Reparations for the Garifuna, historical basis relating to establishing a case for reparations for the Garifuna. That's the theme for this evening's discussion. Our keynote will be a presentation from Dr. Anna Wrodlak, UNESCO's Chair in International Law and Cultural Heritage, from the University of Technology, Sydney, Australia. There would also be presentations from Dr. Adriana Bermudez de Lorenzo. She's a researcher from the Venezuelan Institute of Culture and Cooperation, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Her topic would be African, Caribbean, and Garifuna identities, continuities and resistance in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And we will round off the evening with a topic on genocide and reparation, the story of the Kalinago and Garifuna people. And that presentation would come from Dr. Adrian Fraser, historian, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. To moderate the evening's proceeding would be Mr. Maxwell Charles, and he is present here. Mr. Charles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm thankful for the privilege of being a part of this conference. I must also thank, in a very special way, the Garifuna Heritage Foundation for giving me this privilege and invitation. It's the 13th International Garifuna Conference. I've been advised that during the past 2 days, there was a wealth of knowledge that was given here. And I do hope that you would have digested most of it. I would like to see much of this documented because, like as I said yesterday at the airport, we, the Garifuna people, ought to write our own history. We must not, as in the past, allow others to write it. We are the best persons to write our history. And I must also refer here to our Garifuna brethren that are outside of Urumi. I know that you would have had a lot of teachings because let's look at it. When your forefathers, your ancestors left here, when we were banished to Baliso, and when you got to Rotan and other parts of Central America, they would have told you the story by mouth. As you walked the streets, they told you. As you sat on their laps, they told you. And so we do hope that much of this knowledge was handed down. But today, in our modern world, I would like to see many of our historians writing our own history. So this afternoon, and of course, this is going to help to reshape our outlook and our thinking as far as the Garifuna people are concerned. So as the chairperson told you a while ago, we have at least 4 presenters. And the first one would deal with the topic, revisiting Baliso. Yes, revisiting Baliso, World Heritage, Human Rights, and Reparations. This topic will be presented by Dr. Anna Virgilak, who is a professor in law. At present, she is the UNESCO Chair in International Law and Cultural Heritage of the University of Technology in Sydney, in Australia. She was part of a team that published and authored the book International Law, Museums, and Return of Cultural Objects. And she also was involved in the editorial of the Oxford Handbook on International Cultural Heritage Law and Law with Francisco. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have somebody who is well qualified to present the topic, Revisiting Baliso, World Heritage, Human Rights, and Reparations. So we now go to our technicians to allow her to make this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. David Williams and Ms. Ziola Ellis and the Foundation team for this kind invitation and helping me to begin to understand the tragedy that befell the Garifuna people in the late 18th century and the spiritual importance of Baliso as a final resting place for so many. I regret that my current circumstances mean that I am unable to be with you there in person for this important conference. I am grateful for the kindness of Ziola and the Foundation in encouraging me to present my thoughts as a recording at this time of my recovery following surgery. The title of my talk reflects my intention to revisit key points I raised in a presentation I delivered 2 years ago, updating these in the light of recent developments, the most important being the recent acquisition of the island by the government of Saint Vincent and Grenadines for the benefit of future generations. I am also honoured to be part of the Garifuna Reparations Working Group, and my talk today is informed by that spirit. How can this sacred site be protected from now and into the future? It encompasses the major themes of this year's conference, namely inclusion, reparations and empowerment for the Garifuna at home and for the diaspora in respect of their culture, especially the sacred site of Baliso. Accordingly, I will cover 3 key areas of international law. The first, cultural heritage law, and particularly the World Heritage Convention. Next, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples within the context of human rights law, and reparations and international law. The World Heritage Convention and inscription on the World Heritage List has become a focus of campaigns by Indigenous peoples in the protection of their cultural heritage.
While she is speaking,
Baliso is not yet inscribed on the World Heritage List. It does, however, form part of the Grenadines Island group of 35 islands, which forms part of the Saint Vincent and Grenadines tentative list since 2012. This is also an important first step on the road to inscription on the World Heritage List proper and affords the island protection under the Convention. As I briefly consider the role of the World Heritage Convention and World Heritage inscription in protecting Baliso, I will go over the objectives of the World Heritage Convention, the pros and cons of World Heritage inscription for the site, sites of memory and World Heritage inscription in recent years, and other possible pathways for sites of memory. Now let me turn to the first of these points. The objective of the World Heritage Convention. It is important to recall that the treaty affords international protection to sites determined to be of outstanding universal value to the international community as a whole. Several criteria in determining outstanding universal values cover sites of natural significance, of cultural importance, or mixed natural and cultural importance. The Grandier Island Group inscription on the tentative list covers multiple criteria, including those of particular relevance for the inscription of Baliso and its importance as a sacred site, including Indigenous peoples' culture and heritage, places of memory for the Garifuna people, the unique historical link between the Garifuna of Belize and the islands in the Grandiers, where they were exiled before shipment to Central America after the defeat by the French and British, well-preserved African traditions such as the big drum dancing and festivals. Grandiers are also renowned for Indigenous whaling, boat building and sailing, the pre-Columbian history of the Grandiers, with many Indigenous artefacts and pre-Columbian settlement sites which have been found in the region. The idea of associated value was added after the World Heritage Convention came into effect by the World Heritage Committee. A site like Baliso would fall within criteria 4 of the operational guidelines to the World Heritage Convention, which states to be directly or tangibly associated with events or living traditions, with ideas or with beliefs, with artistic and literary works of outstanding universal importance. The committee considers that this criteria should preferably be used in conjunction with other criteria. Unlike other criteria for determining outstanding universal value, which focuses on the property itself, here the assessment is the significance of the association first, then the nature of the link between the association and the property, and finally comparisons with other similar associations and their links to sites. Let me now turn briefly to what are the pros for the Baliso site in respect of World Heritage listing. These include international recognition of its importance, which limits what a state can do to alter the site, which can adversely affect the attributes for which it has been listed and found to be of outstanding universal importance. It can attract international assistance, including through listing on the endangered list and providing funding. And finally, it regulates usage, including conservation and heritage protection. What are the cons of World Heritage listing? The World Heritage Convention, because it is an international treaty, is state-led. You need state consent and commitment for its inscription and its ongoing protection, from the beginning and ongoing into the future. There is limited requirements in relation to participation, but more recently there are good examples in relation to Indigenous participation, both in relation to the inscription process and ongoing management of sites, including the Bujabim cultural landscape led by the Gudjamara people and nominated by Australia, and the Hopewell ceremonial earthworks in Ohio, the United States, which were led by local Native American tribes. The site is fixed. It has to be conserved according to scientific requirements as dictated by the advisory bodies, including ICOMOS, the International Council for Monuments and Sites, and INCROM, the International Centre for the Study of the Preservation and Restoration of Cultural Property. And also the raising of the international profile of the site can lead to adverse impact because of tourism, especially as it relates to World Heritage inscription, which has been flagged repeatedly by UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and also the Expert Mechanism on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. It also increases the chances of conflict if listing and management post-inscription is not Indigenous-led. Because of its history and its importance for the collective memory of the Garifuna, Baliso is a sacred site. From the outset, sites of memory have been very strictly interpreted by the World Heritage Committee, with only a small number of sites inscribed under this criterion. The World Heritage Committee in 1979 noted that the application of the principle of exceptionality, that is, that one site stood as a symbol for a series of similar sites when it inscribed the Auschwitz concentration camp. In 2020, there were 18 World Heritage sites inscribed because of their negative or divisive memories under criterion 4. Only the island of Gorée in Senegal in 1978 was recognised as a site of conscience. More recently, as there has been an increase in the application for the inscription of sites of recent conflict or sites of memory, the General Assembly of the States Parties of the Convention have asked the World Heritage Committee for an examination of whether these sites accorded with the objectives of the treaty. Expert analysis on behalf of the committee by an expert panel and ICOMOS found that such sites posed multiple challenges to the World Heritage inscription process, from the assessment of the associative value to the evaluation of the direct and tangible link to the property to the comparative analysis. It found that these sites did not often square with the principles of universality, selectivity, education and fostering peace proposed by the Convention. It was concluded that the sites associated with recent conflicts and other negative and divisive memories did not accord with the scope and purpose of the Convention. Nevertheless, the World Heritage Committee has continued to inscribe such sites of memory on the World Heritage List. Given the nature of Baliso's importance and the cultural and spiritual practices tied to the island, it is important to emphasise the other possible pathways for such sites, including the 2003 Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention. Garifuna language, dance and music have been successfully nominated by Belize, Guatemala, Honduras and Nicaragua for inscription as a masterpiece of oral and intangible cultural heritage of humanity in 2001. This list was a precursor to the Intangible Heritage Convention. Once that convention became operational, this list of masterpieces was inscribed on the representative list of intangible cultural heritage under that treaty in 2008. However, like the World Heritage List, it too is problematic because the inscription process is reliant on states, parties, and has manifested tensions during that process, particularly which is now being currently reviewed by the expert bodies. Next, the UNESCO Programme for the Memory of the World, which predates the 2003 Convention, is designed to preserve and protect the world's documentary heritage, particularly that affected by conflict and disaster. And next, and unrelated to international organisations, is the inscription on the International Coalition of Sites of Conscience. It is an organisation founded in 1999 with a presence in over 80 countries, including a dedicated Latin American Caribbean network. It is community rather than state-led. It could serve to raise regional and international awareness and be a precursor to World Heritage nomination. We now turn to an instrument whose design and ongoing implementation has been driven by Indigenous peoples, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Although culture and self-determination infuse the entire document, I will focus on 4 points for the purposes of our conference. First, Article 12, an international human rights law. then the work of the Working Group on Indigenous Populations and the Expert Mechanism on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples recommendations on cultural heritage. Next, the implementation of the UN Declaration from national to international levels. And finally, the formulation of a specialist international instrument overseeing implementation. Perhaps the most relevant to our discussions concerning Baliso is Article 12 of the UN Declaration, which states that Indigenous peoples have a right to manifest, practice, develop, teach their spiritual and religious traditions, customs and ceremonies, the right to maintain, protect and have access in privacy to their religious and cultural sites, the right to use and control their ceremonial objects, and the right to repatriation of their human remains. Much work has been done on the nature of states' obligations under the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Too often it has been emphasised that it is a soft law instrument with no binding effect. This is inaccurate. Several of the obligations, including this one, form part of customary international law and are binding on all states. Let me now turn to how this obligation can be realised for various entities. Since the first drafts of the UN declarations prepared by the UN Working Group on Indigenous Populations in the 1990s to the Expert Mechanism on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples advices prepared in the 2000s and 20s, various principles and guidelines on Indigenous cultural heritage have addressed this obligation. They all recognise and reaffirm the obligation of the international community through the UN and its agencies, especially UNESCO and the World Intellectual Property Organization, to develop a specialist mechanism to facilitate repatriation and access, state obligations to reform laws in accordance with the UN Declaration and recognise Indigenous law and custom in respect of their ancestors, to ratify and implement international instruments preventing illicit trade, facilitating restitution like the 1970 UNESCO and the 1995 UNWI Conventions, the obligation of museums, universities and collecting institutions to respect and uphold the UN Declaration and respect Indigenous laws and customs, and the obligation of Indigenous peoples themselves, a duty to advocate for repatriation through active community advocacy and involvement on their own terms. To this end, UN Indigenous specialist bodies have repeatedly called for a specialist instrument on this issue. It is important to recall that there are existing long-standing examples of the implementation of this obligation at the national and international levels. Examples of national, international and institutional restitution from the 1980s before the operation of the Working Group on Indigenous Population to the present, including the Expert Mechanism report of 2020 and more recently the work of the UN Special Rapporteur on the right of religious belief. Implementation also relates to the efforts by Indigenous advocates for a mechanism to oversee the implementation of obligations under the UN Declaration generally, from the work done in the lead up to the 10th anniversary conference by the UN in 2017 and more recently the Expert Mechanism. These are designed to ensure that if states do not comply with the declaration, Indigenous peoples can hold them to account. Such enforcement mechanisms do not exist under the World Heritage Convention to date. An international mechanism for access and repatriation of human remains. Article 12, paragraph 2 of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples states that states shall seek to enable the access and or repatriation of ceremonial objects and human remains in their possession through fair, transparent and effective mechanisms developed in conjunction with Indigenous peoples concerned. The UN General Assembly, the Human Rights Council and the Expert Mechanism and its predecessor have repeatedly called on states in the international community to establish a mechanism for access and repatriation of human remains. As I mentioned, this recommendation has been made since the 1990s by the then UN Working Group on Indigenous Populations. It has not been realised to date. The final part of my talk focuses briefly on reparations and international law. It serves as a reminder that our discussion is part of a broader reparations effort of the Garifuna. It arises from the same events, the same harms, the same losses and suffering. Therefore, how to protect Balisor must form part of the reparations framework for these wrongs. To do this, and by way of concluding my talk, I will emphasise 3 points. The issue of reparations framework for historic wrongs, violation of international obligations, reparations and memorialisations, and human rights law. The fate of Balisor is inextricably linked with the broader reparations process, and the broader reparations process cannot be understood without Balisor. As I flagged earlier, there is a clear lack of fit with the World Heritage Convention, which is designed to safeguard sites of outstanding universal importance for all humanity, and it is led by states. While there are important recent examples of Indigenous-led inscriptions in response to the UN Declaration, these remain a very small number of sites listed on the World Heritage List. The UN Declaration, nonetheless, has been important in challenging and changing the discussion of why and how sites are inscribed on the World Heritage List. The UNESCO policy on engaging Indigenous peoples and those of its advisory bodies, together with the International Indigenous Peoples Forum for World Heritage, have been important in this incremental change. It is also important to recall the historic wrongs visited on the Garifuna and their effect remains manifest to the present day. There remains a deep need for multi-layered conversations and modalities to address wrongs of the past and their ongoing harm and suffering that they cause. In light of this, let me now turn to reparations as a response to violations of international law obligations. Intertemporality in international law remains an important principle of that area of law and law generally. Pursuant to this, it is argued by perpetrators of historic wrongs that they were legal at the time. This premise, that they were legal at the time, is rarely challenged, nor is the associated discriminatory application of the law between nations or the laws of war. This is why it is important to recall that respectful treatment of the dead during civil war and international conflicts has been recognised since antiquity and continues to be recognised up until the present day. And this is encapsulated more particularly in the International Committee of the Red Cross's rules on customary international law, particularly rules from 113 onwards. Because of time constraints, I will simply list them, but it is important to note that this information, which is very detailed in scope, is readily available on the ICRC's dedicated website for this project. So the relevant rules are Rule 113, the treatment of the dead and prohibition against mutilation, 114, return of remains and personal effects, 115, disposal of the dead, 116, accounting for the dead, and 117, accounting for the missing. As I mentioned, the ICRC discussion in relation to all of these obligations often goes back to antiquity, discussions of practices around during ancient times. Although adopted at the end of the 19th century, it is worth noting that early efforts to codify the laws of armed conflict provided that in the preamble of 1899's Second Hague Convention that until a more complete code of laws of war is issued, the high contracting parties think it right to declare that in cases not included in the regulations adopted by them, populations and belligerents remain under the protection and the empire of the principles of the international law as they relate from the usages established between civilized nations for the laws of humanity and the requirement of public conscience. A central objective of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples reminds states to apply international law equally to Indigenous peoples. To conclude, I will briefly flag some of the ways that reparations for past wrongs, including memorialisation for these wrongs, can encompass the protection of sacred sites like Balisor. As I indicated, World Heritage inscription is one such pathway, but it is difficult but not impossible. International human rights standards and memorialisation and the historical record, including the work of the UN Special Rapporteur on Cultural Rights on this topic, and the jurisprudence of human rights courts like the Inter-American Court, and the growing body of peace-building and reparations practice, including bilateral agreements and treaties and constitutional reform post-conflict, have been culminating standard-setting initiatives of various UN bodies since the 1990s, which have captured and distilled these practices. Each of these alone or in combination offer a means of pursuing the Garifuna's objective of safeguarding Balisor for the memory of those lost and for future generations. Thank you for this opportunity to contribute in a small way to the important discussions you are having during this international conference. Again, I'm sorry that I am unable, because of my current circumstances, to be there with you. But if you have any further questions, please feel free to contact me on my email address provided here. I wish you a very fruitful meeting and hope that we may meet in person in the not too distant future.
Dr. Anna, could you give another round of applause, please? Add to the discussion or ask questions at the end of it all. Okay. Okay, we ask that you got it? We would do the questions at the end of all the presentations. Yes, thank you. Good. Our next topic would be Afro-Caribbean and Garifuna identities, continuities, and resistance in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This will be presented by Dr. Andrina Bermudez de Lorenzo, a researcher, Venezuelan Institute of Culture and Cooperation in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Now, this individual holds a PhD in Pedagogical Sciences from the Latin American and Caribbean Pedagogical Institute in Cuba. Also a postdoctoral degree in military pedagogy from the Military University of Venezuela. She also specializes in Afro-Latin American and Caribbean studies and is an associate professor at the Bolivarian University of Venezuela. So again, we have someone highly qualified to bring the topic, which I'll repeat, the topic, Afro-Caribbean and Garifuna identities, continuities and resistance in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Ladies and gentlemen, let's lend an ear to the doctor.
Good day, everyone. My name is Andreina Bermudez Di Lorenzo. I'm the academic coordinator of the Venezuelan Institute for Culture and Cooperation in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to participate in the 13th International Garifuna Conference. Allow me to respectfully greet the distinguished authority present today, the organizer of this important conference, and in a very special way, the Garifuna Heritage Foundation in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, its president, Mr. Darky Williams, Mrs. Ola Brown, and the entire wonderful team whose dedication and commitment made this gathering possible. I would like to greet also the authority of the University of the West Indies, the Global Campus, the speakers and the lecturers in this conference, and the head of the Venezuelan Diplomatic Mission in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, His Excellency Francisco Pérez Santana. I would like to share today my presentation that have to be with a research that is still in process. Okay, it's titled Afro-Caribbean and Garifuna Identity, Continuities and Resistances in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Allow me to share my presentation. Give me please 1 second. Okay, here it is. So what I present today is something that I have been, being involved because I am very sensitive of this topic. First of all, because I'm Venezuela, and as you know, we have ties. We are very close because of our historic and cultural elements that connect with each other. Okay, I mean Venezuela with San Vincent and Grenadines, Venezuela and with other Caribbean countries. So to understand Garifuna identity, it's necessary to situate it within the broader historical context of colonial expansion in the Caribbean. The Caribbean, as you know, was not merely a geographical region, but a historical system shaped by colonial domination and resistance. The Dominican thinker Juan Bosch described this region as a greater Caribbean, El Gran Caribe, a historical space structured by plantation economies, colonial exploitation, and continuous struggle for sovereignty. From this perspective, these histories of St. Vincent, Venezuela, Central America, and the Antilles are interconnected. You know that European power established plantation economy across the Lesser Antilles, disrupting indigenous territorial system. Yet the Kalinago people resisted colonial expansion, maintaining cultural practices and territorial claims. Within the context emerged the Garifuna people and a unique Afro-Indigenous community through the interaction between African and indigenous populations. So, this research seeks to understand how Afro-Caribbean and Garifuna identities are constructed in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, with all the respect that all the Garifuna communities deserve. It is just, it's a research that I am being involved with and interested on, to go deeply because we have similar elements and situations and events that connect with each other. Sorry about my English, so I apologize if I make any mistake. I will also share some Spanish word because it has to be also with the Great Caribbean, as Juan Bosch refers. So this research seeks, as I said before, to understand how Afro-Caribbean and Garifuna identity are constructed in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. More specifically, this study aims to understand identity construction process within Afro-Caribbean community, to explore the role of lived experiences in shaping cultural subjectivities, analyze how historical memory influences contemporary identity formation, investigate resistant narrative within colonial and post-colonial context. Methodologically, this research adopts an interpretive hermeneutic and phenomenological approach. This is el método fenomenológico hermenéutico interpretativo based on in-depth interviews with some Vincentian participants. The study is grounded in the colonial thinking and historical consciousness. In this regard, these slides, as you can appreciate, presents one of the analytical framework guiding this research. This framework follows the phenomenological methodology proposed by Max van Manen. It is a philosopher that have to be with hermeneutic issues, that how we can declare and analyze the emphasis that exists between the relationship between lived experience and interpretation. So this analysis articulates several interconnecting dimensions, as you can notice: subjectivity, like experience, historical reality, and processes of historicization. Okay, this dialectical process, which is the intention that I have with this research, allows the construction of what we call a categorical network of subjectivities and cultures. In Spanish, we call una red categorial de subjetividades y culturas, rooted in the historical experiences of Kalinago and Garifuna communities. So, one of the central findings of the research concerns what we conceptualize as traumatic ancestral heritage. I mean, this is one of the categories that I constructed after I dialogue with these three Vincentians brothers and sisters. So Garifuna resistance against colonial invasion represented more than political opposition. It was also a spiritual and cultural obligation to defend or compromise to defend ancestral territory and lands. Historical knowledge, therefore, becomes essential for reconnecting communities with disrupted cultural practices, as Ramon Grafobel explained, another intellectual and academic individual that live in Puerto Rico. He highlighted and explained that colonial domination produced not only political control, but also epistemicide. In Spanish, epistemicidio, which is a category that is very updated in the colonial studies. So the systematic deconstruction of indigenous and African knowledge systems have to be with this deep category. In this context, cultural resistance becomes a process of epistemic recovery. I mean, how we can show what it's happening in our territories, in our lands, in our countries. So this research also reveals the complexity of identity construction in San Vincent the Grenadines. The participants that I had the honor to talk with describe identity as emerging from the interaction of African heritage, indigenous tradition and indigenous heritage, colonial and also colonial institutional structures that in some cases, according to what they said, are still present. So rather than fragmentation, this fusion or mixture is perceived as cultural enrichment. As Stuart Hall reminds us, cultural identity is not fixed. It is always a process of becoming, shaped by history, memory, and experiences. So, in this regard, I would like to share with you some of the expressions and the ideas that one of the participants in this research said about heritage and resistance. So, participant number one emphasized the importance of language preservation and ancestral memory. As this participant explained, open quote, at this moment in some primary school, we have the Garifuna language being taught because that is where we come from. It is our heritage. However, this participant also highlighted social challenges, such as a racial marginalization of gender inequality, revealing how colonial heritages continue to shape contemporary social relations. These dynamics reflect what Aníbal Quijano from Latin America, another intellectual and academic that has been involved with the indigenous identity construction, described as coloniality of power, colonialidad del poder, a system that continues to structure racial and social heritages. So another key dimension of Garifuna heritage, of Garifuna identity is the transnational character. But before we move forward, I would like to say that there is another point that is very important that has to be with the place that Garifuna women take in our society. So one of this interview, interview number one, the participant will say also that women have no voice sometimes. Women who are struggling, women who are being domestically abused, girls and boys who are being sexually abused. In San Vincent and the Grenadines, we have a major task ahead of us. They say we have a culture of value. Right now, I see that many women have been marginalized because of their skin color. So we have a lot of classism here, which is very racial. We think we are what we are because of color of our skin. Is it the opinion of one of the participants that I had, I insist and I repeat, the pleasure and the honor to be in dialogue with, because it's very important to know and to go deeply in this issue. So another dimension or categorical element that I could create from these interviews and from this, in according to what the purpose of this investigation, has to be with the transnational historicity and diaspora. So another key dimension of Garifuna identity is this transnational character. So Garifuna community extends across multiple countries, as you know better than myself, from San Vincent to Honduras, Guatemala, Belize, Nicaragua, United States, among other countries. And also from the root from Venezuela, which is, I think, is the other research that I'm be concentrated in, because it is very important for Venezuelans to understand the connection that we have, historical, cultural, geopolitical, with Garifuna people. So despite the geographical separation, communities remain connected through shared language, music, dance, spiritual practices, oral traditions, etc. So these networks illustrate what Boaventura de Sousa Santo calls an ecology of knowledge, la ecología de saberes, where cultural knowledge circulates across community and territory. So another participant, the participant number 2, from this conversation, I got some voices on identity and religiosity. So he highlighted the particular nature of identity in San Vincent. As the participant explained, open quote, I would say that I am black, of African descent, but some people think they are indigenous to the island. So this testimony reveals the coexistence of multiple identity narrative that exists in San Vincent and the Grenadines. The participant also emphasized the religious diversity within Garifuna culture, including Christianity, Rastafarian tradition, Catholicism, and Anglicanism. This plurality forms part of what we describe as an identity. It's another category that I would like to share with you, identity mosaic. Un mosaico identitario, which is very powerful. So what he said about this have to be with, open quotes, the theme religious diversity. He said, well, within Garifuna culture, there are also expressions that build Garifuna identity. We can find Garifuna people who believe in Christianity, for example, Garifuna people who identify as Rasta, and so on. So this is very important that These participants reveal the complexity of identities and Vincent, where African, indigenous, and also European roots coexist, Portuguese among others. So, and where religious pluralism shapes a diverse Garifuna identity mosaic. Another thing, another dimension that I constructed with this research has to be with this one, which is the voices of history and education. We have to be with the participant number 3. She emphasized the importance of reconnecting education with historical memory, as the participants explained. Open quote, our national history should be incorporated into our curriculum because one of our biggest problems is the disconnection from our history. End quote. This perspective resonates with the call by Enrique Dussel, another intellectual academic from the decolonial thinking, that he said for a process of cultural decolonialization, where society reconstruct their history beyond Eurocentric narrative. So that is why it is important to highlight the decolonialize education, and also how these 3 aspects that I presented in the slide have to be with colonial legacy and symbolic subjection. People vote is what the participants say. People voted for us to continue with the British monarch as head of state. Unfortunately, people vote for us to continue with the British monarch as head of state. It has to be with the electoral event that in San Vincent and the Grenadines existed, about if the people of San Vincent and the Grenadines would like to still continue with the depend on the monarchy of the king, in this case, Carlos, from United Kingdom. So, according to cultural identity and spirituality, he said we cannot ignore who we are, Afro-Caribbean people, the way we speak, our dialect, our cultural expression reflect that. Our carnival reflects spirituality. The Baptist religion is very important for African masses because it is spiritual. So Garifuna identity therefore operates simultaneously at local, national, and transnational levels. Communities maintain cultural continuity through shared rituals, storytelling, and collective memory. So this connection demonstrates how identity can transcend national borders while remaining rooted in ancestral territory. So we have these 4 concepts that have to be with geographic diaspora, cultural bridge, collective memory, modern connections that have to be with digital platform and cultural exchange, strength, diaspora bond in contemporary time. So those aspects have to be how Garifuna people maintain a remarkable transnational identity that transcends political boundaries, creating a living network of cultural continuity across multiple nations. So I create this figure, this image that you can appreciate in this slide, because it's the way that I found how to connect each one of the concepts and categories that I constructed from this research. That basically have to be the tie and the connection, the articulation between what I have researched from the books, from some academic master and postgraduate thesis, but also what I connect and integrate and articulate with the interviews that I made with these 3 Vincentians brothers and sisters. So I create a categorical network of identity that have to be with the Afro-Caribbean and Garifuna identity mosaic as the concept of the possibility to respect the roots, but also to defend them, to resistance, to show to the continent, from Latin America and the Caribbean, that we even in this century some of our countries from Latin America that have to be with this history also, specifically Venezuela, this is the country where I come from, about the Garifuna, because most of our population maybe ignore about the potential that Garifuna history and culture has. So this figure that you have on your right side is the heart, el corazón. So, el corazón es la identidad afrocaribeña y garífuna, ¿ok? Que se convierte en una identidad esperanzadora. So, this is the heart that it's in the center, in the center of the heart, the Afro-Caribbean and Garifuna identity mosaic. But what I wanted to share in this research, or with this research, is that we have an identity that means hope. So it's constructed, it's built with resistant bonds, collective bonds, sense of belonging, diasporic memory, multiple tradition, ancestral sensitivity, Garifuna resistance, cultural resistance, Afro-epistemology, oral memory, intergenerational narrative, but also in the root of this heart that come from our land, come from our ancestor, our mother, grandmother, grandfather, that come from our heritage, have to be with what they have faced, no? During the year, during the century, that have to be with silencing secular coloniality of being, body racialization, and ancestral connections, ancestral culture, a connection, usurped hamla, sensibility, and also they have to be with linguistic erosion, induced alienation, epistemicide, displaced ancestral spirituality, symbolic subjection, genetic mature, Afro-consciousness, ancestral consciousness, and identity hybridity. I would like to say instead of hybridity because it has to be with the Anglophone concept, but it is what literature talk about this kind of process, but I would like to say identity construction. Okay, so the diagram dialectical identify the challenges faced by Garifuna community and their transatlantic networks in the construction of their belief, knowledge systems, and identity. So with this research, we have to think about how to decolonialize the education and our pensum, our curriculum, not just in San Vincent and Grenadine, in all the countries that has been, dominated, imposed by the colonial structure. So education institutions must undergo fundamental transformation to include indigenous knowledge systems and ancestral narratives that have been systematically excluded from mainstream curricula, like some priorities: integration of Garifuna language instruction and cultural practice, sets comprehensive Afro-Caribbean historical perspective beyond colonial narrative, ancestral knowledge system, and traditional ecological wisdom, community-based learning approaches connecting elder with student, and critical examination of colonial education structure and their ongoing impact. All these priority ideas come from the research that have to be with the articulation, with the connection between what the meeting and the conversation that I had with these Vincentians, brothers and sisters, that I had the opportunity to talk to them, plus also some other researchers that I have been in contact with. So, the Brazilian thinker, there is a lady, a woman, a very important academic intellectual from Brazil, her name is Leila Gonzalez, described that this process through the concept of Americanity, so the necessity to talk about not just America, las Americas. We have to talk and study about Americanity that allowed or invite us to emphasize the shared historical experiences of African and indigenous people across the Americas. Because that is why in some countries of our America, taking this concept from Jose Marti from Cuba, is that we do not know and we do not connect with this history that have to be with the Garifuna people. So as a part of this presentation, this lecture, this dissertation that I would like to share with you today. I would like to share some final reflection on identity resilience. So, one have to be, Garifuna identity demonstrate remarkable resilience. We do not have any doubt. This resilience emerges not from forgetting the past, but from transforming historical pain into cultural strength. It is very powerful. As Frank Fanon reminds us, the struggle for cultural identity is inseparable from the struggle for historical dignity. Through storytelling, cultural practice, and community organization, Garifuna community continue to recreate identity across generations. So we have to highlight that identity resilience, the Garifuna powerful resilience that we have be in contact with, that we have studied, that we respect deeply, have to be how Garifuna identity demonstrate remarkable resilience by moving beyond the constraints of national borders, creating a transnational network of cultural connection and shared heritage. Also, how the historical trauma and colonial violence has been resignified into sources of strength, with community actively transforming painful memories into empowering narratives of survival and resistance. And also through deliberate cultural practices, storytelling, and community building, Garifuna people have established vital spaces where identity can be expressed, celebrated, and continually reconstructed. So I would like to end this presentation. I'm very excited. I'm very happy to be in this important international conference with this idea that Dr. Denny, 2 years ago, in one of the activities that I had the opportunity to be in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, he said, and I think it's very important, no? What does it mean to be Garifuna in a enslaved society? Because in theory, we are supposed to be free, but we live in a society that is a slave society. Slavery is horrible, and so is genocide. And that is the experience of the Garifuna. When we talk about emancipation, we must remember that there was once a people in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and in the Caribbean, I would like to add, who were free. And then the British and others arrived. And finally, I would like to share this poem, this beautiful poem creation that was published in one of the Venezuelan books with the Minister of Culture of the Bolivarian Revolution, and they created this publication with many of the Caribbean poets, ladies and gentlemen, women and men. And I would like to share with you, and I end this presentation with this poem, saying this poem and declaiming this poem in Spanish. So please allow me to do this in Spanish, because we have also Garifuna people in our Latin America and the Caribbean country and Central America who speak Spanish. His author is Shaking Vincentian artist. So, en el campo. Es en el campo elemental donde nos encontramos con nosotros mismos. El que maneja el azadón, allí no niega el cielo. Y la gente menea los dedos de los pies en el fango. Y dice, aquí hay algo para nosotros. Vengan a remover la tierra. Es hora de sembrar. Esta gente nunca ha visto sangre vertida sobre monedas encantadas. Esta gente nunca ha estado en el reino del humo, donde te persiguen con la tinta y con la pluma, y casi todo el pueblo está triste, porque supieron ya sobre las cosas. Elemental, decimos, es en el campo elemental donde nos encontramos con nosotros mismos. And for that reason, to understand the Garifuna people is also to understand how the Caribbean begins to reclaim its own history, our own voices, and it is our own knowledge. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Another round of applause, please. Just a brief announcement with some vehicles that are outside.
PAA 128. Can the driver kindly remove the vehicle from where it's currently parked? And PAA 625. Can the driver also make that move and secure another parking so that somebody can get out? PAA 128 and PAA 625. Okay? Another announcement relates to what would happen at the close, which would be coming up in about 10, 20 minutes. I was about to go down the road to buy food, and I cast my nose to the right, and I smell food. I turned back. I'm hungry, you know, but I'm waiting. It smelled good. All they don't go away. We having a party after. Right? So we will be playing some drums, and we'll be eating some food, and we'll do it the Garifuna way. Okay? So don't go away.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, I don't have a problem in pronouncing the name because I almost bit my tongue in pronouncing the others. But this one I know very well, Dr. Adrian Fraser. Now, Dr. Adrian Fraser, a historian. As a matter of fact, he taught me history in 1967. Yes, so he's into history a very long time ago. Now, he's a former teacher and a former lecturer in history. He is also a newspaper columnist, and of course, as I said before, historian and former head of the UWI Global Campus. Very lately, he was the co-author of the book, History of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Today, his topic, Genocide and Reparations, the story of the Kalinago and Garifuna people. Dr. Fraser.
Before I invite Dr. Fraser, I just want to remind you, do not leave after we have a closing party with drumming, food, music, and drinks. So you're all invited right here. All right? So don't go anywhere. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Charles. I have presented at this conference on different occasions, but today my presence is really because I happen to be one of 3 authors who have just completed a book on the history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And interestingly enough, the volume 1, which we have, and which will be launched next week, Friday, is entitled Native Peoples, Genocide and African Enslavement in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I think I'm only allowed 20 minutes, but I will not touch on the reparations issue this is a political issue, not party politics, but an issue of the people being sensitized to force the governments or whoever is in charge to demand reparations. So there are going to be a lot of shortcuts. Historians must provide the evidence or the context on which the call for reparations could be built. In fact, I received a letter about a year and a half or 2 years ago telling me that I was a consultant to the Reparations Committee. Since that letter, I've heard nothing since. And my colleague, Dr. Denny, is a member of the Reparations Committee, and I don't think he has heard anything for about 2 years. So that's another issue. As a historian, you look at context, evidence, data, primary and secondary sources, including oral. The chairman did mention that coming from Central America, he expects that there will be a lot of oral evidence. But so far, I have not seen any evidence of it. I know that there's a book by Joe Palacio where he indicated that one of the persons who came on that trip was a daughter of Chateaubriand. But there, as far as concerned, not been a lot of information, oral information. Maybe they exist, but I'm not sure. Now, I consider myself to some extent what I call a public historian. And my presentations have to do with groundings with my brothers and sisters. And I say that because I follow their comments and their conversations on social media, and very often they say they do not have much information. But every time I come to any of these conferences and I look around, I do not see these people. In fact, I know that every year there are going to be about 4 or 5 persons who I would see. But apart from that, what I was glad, I think yesterday I saw some students, and we should encourage more students. But a lot of discussions go on social media, but they do not have the information. So that whenever I make my presentations, I try to target these groups. Unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, but of course, the indigenous people, the Kalinagos and the Garifuna, did not tell their story. The persons who told their stories, or their story, were the colonizers, the planters who wanted to get their land, and the administrators. They were interested, and I'll say a bit more of this later on, in the lands which the Garifuna people occupied, because they wanted to produce sugar and to create a slave society. And in the case of the Garifuna, the persons who told the original story, and there are 2 books that stand out, one by Sir William Young, after whom Young Island is named, an account of the Black Caribs in the island of St. Vincent, which was published in 1795, and Charles Shepherd, an historical account of the island of St. Vincent, 1871, and he made it plain that he was writing on behalf of the planters. I just want to read something, because if we go back to the period of Columbus, something from the book. And it says, by 1492, that is the date when Columbus was supposed to have come to this part of the world, although we know he did not come to St. Vincent, and there was a time when we celebrated January 22nd as the date on which Columbus came to St. Vincent, but we know on that date Columbus was in Spain. So by 1492, the Eastern Caribbean islands had their largest population than any other time period before. St. Vincent was home to about 5,000 people, but the population density still meant that enormous landscape and maritime resources remained in reach of its inhabitants. They were living in a land of plenty and a land of peace. It was the fruit of 3,000 years of continuous human presence. They had survived hurricanes, volcanic eruptions, and Taino's incursions, and had indigenized themselves to the land of peace and comfort, and a lot of things that were available. And then the Europeans came. And that is when our story really starts. Although I mentioned two names of people who influenced how the indigenous people looked at themselves, I should point out that fortunately, over the past years, we were able to look at some French documents, some French which were translated into English. And then we found out that the Kalinagos were in the struggle from the very beginning, and I'm talking about St. Vincent in particular, and that women were some of the best marksmen. The person who wrote this was actually in St. Vincent in the 1790s and came to assist the Garifuna people in shooting, and he pointed out that two of the best of them were two women, one the daughter of black Caribs, and I'm using the term Caribs, and the Kalinago or yellow Carib. Because what had happened is that when the British wanted to seize the lands after the Garifuna people were expelled, they claimed, well, not after they were exiled, before that, they claimed that they had a right, a legitimate right to the land because the Garifuna people were usurpers. They were not original descendants. And the Garifuna people kept reminding them that they were the children of the Kalinago people. And they had all right to the land in St. Vincent, which they occupied for quite a long time. So we know that the Kalinagos were involved in the struggle from very early, and there's a lot of other evidence to show that, and that women were some of the best marksmen. Now, even when West Indians and other persons who were critical of colonialism began to write a different story, the emphasis, and I speak here as a Vincentian, the emphasis was on the larger colonies. I say larger because Barbados is included, but I know that Dominica and St. Lucia are much larger than Barbados. But it was a case of the lion and not the hunter who was telling the story. So it is important in St. Vincent that we tell our own story, identifying differences where they existed. And I should also point out that St. Vincent, along with Tobago, were the last two of the Caribbean countries, I call them, to be colonized by the British. And that was in 1763. So while Barbados and the rest of the Caribbean were producing sugar from the 1640s, St. Vincent was not yet a sugar producer, so it took over 100 years for them to become so. And interestingly enough, from 1808 to 1828, or 1804 to 1828, St. Vincent was the second largest producer of sugar after Jamaica. And why? Because the lands which it took from the Garifuna people were virgin lands, lands which they fought for. And once they started producing sugar on these lands, St. Vincent then became a large producer. Because the lands of the Garifuna were virgin lands, in that part of the country, they were much flatter than on the other side of the country, where at the time of 1763, you had, on the leeward side, as we call it, some Kalinagos and French people who were living there. But the French people were no threat because they were small farmers involved in cotton and other crops like that, not like the British who were interested in sugar, which demanded a lot of land. And the St. Vincent and the Dominican Kalinagos were some of the fiercest. In fact, I'll come in a while to point out what had happened there. Now, I must point out that let me try and give a definition of genocide. What is genocide? Genocide is causing serious bodily or mental harm to a group or inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about the physical destruction in whole or in part. On this issue of reparations, we have been concentrating on the Châteauneuf struggles, which of course climaxed in 1797. And I want briefly to broaden this because the first persons who were subjected to genocide were the Kalinagos. And they started in 1492. And as pointed out in that quotation that I wrote, and 1492, and then 1492 came. But when 1492 came, it brought with it what one historian, Barry Higman, describes as the Columbus cataclysm, which is what we had been experiencing. So when the Spanish in the northern Caribbean were trying to enslave and occupy the lands of the Tainos, the Kalinagos from St. Vincent and the other countries went to their assistance. They, particularly in Puerto Rico, they were able to, at different times, invade some of the plantations and steal some of the slaves. And we know, for instance, from one of them who was captured in Puerto Rico in 1576 and who went to Dominica, and who pointed out that it was the practice of the Kalinagos when they went there to capture some of the enslaved and to bring them back. The Europeans, the British, felt that what they were doing was using them as servants. And what they were really doing were introducing them into their kinship, because they began to adopt a lot of the practice. That is the Africans who later on cohabited with the Kalinagos and produced the Garifuna. They began to use or to adopt some of the habits of the Kalinago, or Yellow Caribs as they call it. Now, when the English started their colonization of the Caribbean, the first colony was St. Kitts in 1623. And interestingly enough, a Frenchman came in 1625, and the English and the French in a small colony like St. Kitts decided that they would live together, because then they were stronger to be able to defeat the Kalinago. Now, St. Vincent and Dominica had stood out as neutral islands, and part of the reason is that when you look at where St. Kitts is located, it's located between, when you look at where Dominica is located, it's located between Martinique and Guadeloupe. They were French islands. And when the French and English were battling, it was safer to stay away from dealing with places like Dominica because none of them wanted Dominica to go to the other. A similar thing happened in St. Vincent, which is between Grenada and St. Lucia, and so you had a similar thing happen. But the Dominican and St. Vincent or Vincentian Kalinagos were some of the fiercest. And stories are told, like there's an interesting story where one of these ships came in very early and tried to get in to get water and other supplies. And they said that the wind started blowing and they had to go out. But they said they were glad it happened because they realized that these people were going to eat them. So they had that kind of reputation. Of course, all of this came from part of the Columbus cataclysm. So you have the Kalinagos being very much involved from very early. And by the time we got to the colonization of St. Vincent, a lot of them had died out. So in 1660, St. Vincent and Dominica were declared neutral islands, and this was confirmed by a treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle in 1748. To be neutral islands meant that they belong neither to the English or French, and both English and French said they would belong neither to the English nor French. But the condition was that they do not harbor escaped slaves, and that any African slaves, enslaved people, should be returned to them. Now, I mention this also because there's this story of the shipwreck, and they have different dates for the shipwreck, and there's some questions about that. And as I mentioned yesterday, there's also, they came before Columbus. And I know that in the case of St. Vincent, when we look at the evidence, there's no evidence to suggest that they came before Columbus. And as I pointed out, the Africans had the technology to come to this part of the world, but in case of St. Vincent, there's really no evidence. Different attempts were made to colonize St. Vincent, and there were some interesting ones. There's one in 1723, which was the last of, I think, about 4 attempts to colonize St. Vincent. Because what the British used to do, using Barbados, they would appoint a governor who was not only in charge of Barbados, but St. Vincent and Dominica and who were not under British control. So in 1723, Mr. Captain Brathwaite came to St. Vincent to claim the land on behalf of the Duke of Montague, who was given St. Vincent by the British monarch. And the whole story, which I'm not going to, is a very interesting one because, first of all, when they landed there, some Kalinago people came and told them where they could, a good place to anchor. They then took the advantage and went on board the ship, claiming to be the head chief or whatever. After a while, they realized that these people were really just ordinary people. They had no influence. But they took them to the chief, the Kalinago chief, who at first refused to allow them to refuel and to get water because they were informed before by the French that their purpose was to colonize the country. A number of things happened, and eventually they met again with the Kalinago chief, and he was invited on board, but also invited on board the ship was the Garifuna chief. And based on the report, we then realized that the Garifuna people had multiplied. In fact, on that particular occasion, they felt that there were more Garifuna. But sometimes it's difficult to distinguish between Garifuna and escape enslaved blacks. you know, because they saw them there as either blacks or Garifuna, as the case might be. So there would have been a combination of Garifuna people and escaped African slaves. And as I said, the cohabitation and the crossing over the years meant that the Garifuna community was building. So the chief of the Garifuna and the chief of the Kalinago went on board the ship, and as the Europeans did, they entertained them with wine or whatever they had. And when they felt that that was an appropriate occasion to tell them the real mission, and they told them the mission, and in unison, both the Garifuna and Kalinago chiefs said, "We are glad you didn't tell us this while you were on land, because we would not have been able to save you. We are advising you to leave." They had left one of the individuals as hostage. So when the Garifuna and Kalinago chiefs got back on land, the hostage then left, and they went. The ship went. And that was the last attempt to colonize St. Vincent, which was in, I think, 1723. So I'm pointing out all of these to show that from very early, you had the involvement of the Kalinago, and it was out of the involvement of the Kalinago and the fact that there were a number of escaped enslaved. And let me say something about the people the Africans who came to St. Vincent. Most of them came from Barbados. As one person pointed out, once you're in Barbados, because of the winds and so on, you just had to get into a boat, and you were able to land in St. Vincent. And when you landed in St. Vincent, you knew that the people in St. Vincent were going to protect you and to keep you. So they were free to do that because they realized that the Kalinagos would accept them. By 1763, when you had this Treaty of Paris, what the French and English did, as they were accustomed doing, is that they divided up the islands or the countries among themselves. So it was decided in 1763 by the Treaty of Paris, by the French, that St. Vincent would become British, much to the annoyance of the indigenous people who said nobody ever consulted them. And when the British came in and attempted to go on the Garifuna lands, to survey the lands and to do other things, and they mentioned the king, Chattoyer said, "Which king?" You know, he knew nothing about this king. So they came in 1763, and they began producing sugar by 1766, but they were producing sugar in the lands held by the Kalinago and some French people on the leeward side of the islands. The Garifuna were willing to protect their lands, and attempts by the British to get onto lands, to survey the lands, were totally rejected. So in the end, there were two wars, 1772 to 1773. The one in 1773 ended almost in a stalemate. And I'm not going to go into any details about these wars. The second war in 1795, which was the one in which Chattoyer died. And again, this story of Chattoyer entering a duel with Major Leet is just totally ridiculous, because the time would have been after 1 in the morning. The Garifuna and the indigenous people were not accustomed fighting hand to hand. They had their own techniques. And why would Chattoyer decide to have a duel with this Major Leet midnight or just after 1? The story came out, and we were able to realize that what had happened is that Chattoyer was ambushed. And in fact, when he was ambushed and he was lying on the ground, Major Leet and I think 3 or 4 others came and pierced him. In fact, Major Leet at first asked, "Who is that?" And Chattoyer answered him, "Pierre Chattoyer." And we got this story from other sources. So what is interesting about all of this is that in the Anglican Church, which of course at that time was the Church of the Planters and the British Colonial, there was an emblem of Chateau of Major Leet under one of the chandeliers, which they later covered up. It still exists. And but interestingly enough, when you read the official reports of what happened in 1773 and the death of Châtelet, nothing at all is mentioned of Major Leet. Now, Châtelet was such an important figure that if Major Leet had killed Châtelet in a duel, he would have been well celebrated. They mention other names, but no mention made of Major Leet. And still, we have this story going around that Major Leet killed Châtelet in a duel. So, I mentioned the Second War in 1795. And I should also point out that there's a lot of evidence from very early, from the British soldiers themselves, the military people, indicating that because of the strong resistance of the indigenous people, they were prepared to change the rules of war. And one soldier stated in a letter which he sent back, the mode of carrying on the war has been changed. We now confine ourselves to the destruction of the provision grounds, being assisted at each post by the working Negroes who perform the service with great pleasure. And at that time, I should mention that what the planters did very often was to use some of the enslaved people, because the way the Garifuna lived and the way they fought, and they were able to retreat into the interior because they were accustomed to the environment. The British military soldiers were unable to do that, and they then used the enslaved people who the planters willingly sent to them to try and get to the Garifuna people wherever they were. So that from very early, there were those signs of genocide, and there are a number of other references one can make. I'm not going to say anything about the 1795 war in which Châtelet was killed, but to go to Baliso, because I know Baliso, a lot of people speak about Baliso and people hold Baliso very sacred, but very often the information about particularly what happened in Baliso has not been told, and it's difficult sometimes to get this sort of information. But once the British were able to get the Garifuna people, Kalinago who were with them, and French people who were assisting them, once they were able to get some of them to surrender, they captured others, and then they realized that they needed somewhere for them to stay, because the decision had been made a long time ago by the planters and the officials in St. Vincent that they could not live in St. Vincent with these Garifuna people. They had to get rid of them. So that had been settled in their minds a long time ago. Baliso then became a holding place. And in the eyes of the planters and officials, they were already sentenced to exile. So it was not to be a zone of comfort. It's a place, 320 acres, without streams or springs, but with cliffs and poor soil. The British surgeon who had been charged with attending to them on Baliso made the point that, and I quote, Baliso, being entirely destitute of water, was by no means favorable to the comfort and convenience of the new inhabitants. who regard the luxury of emotion in fresh water an indispensable necessity of health. One thing about the Garifuna, they were very comfortable on the sea. They used to make trips from St. Vincent up north. And the British used to say it was impossible to drown a cat. So free and comfortable in the water. Now, in terms of the numbers who were captured and who were surrendered, and some of them who were neither captured or surrendered went into the interior. And we know definitely of at least 3 areas, and there were other areas, but Greg's was one area. Some of those who surrendered, a small group were given lands at an area called Monrond, which is on the North Leeward side, which does not exist today because of the volcano eruptions. And also an area just off Spring Village, which is on the leeward side. So those are three areas we knew about. And there were others, but what they did, when the exile took place, the others went into the interior knowing fully well that the British were still out to get them. And this is one of the problems with the Garifuna in St. Vincent, because for a long time, they refused to identify themselves as Garifuna, because they knew that once the British knew that they were Garifuna people, they were going to be exiled or killed. So, and this happened for a long time because of the discrimination. When people were told that they were cannibals, people refused to accept themselves as cannibals. So as far as they were concerned, they were not Garifuna. A big change took place when Chatelier was made a national hero. Even though in some cases people said, oh, but you're a national hero in loincloth. That has always been an issue. And, but most people accepted the fact there was nobody to compete with Chatelier at that time. Now, in terms of the numbers, we are using the numbers from one historian, Christopher Taylor, who went into the archives and who did a thorough research, realized that there were some errors in numbers, and the figure he came up with in terms of the number of people who were sent to Baliso was 4,633. The largest number of those who surrendered in any one month, and that is October, 2,658 surrendered in October, and the last set 4 in February of the next year, 1797. Now, I should point out that when the Garifuna people, including the young Chatelier, when they realized that they were in a position where they could not help themselves, because what the British had done successfully was to cut them off from any sort of communication with the French in St. Lucia and Martinique, who used to supply them not only with provision, but also with weapons. So the British successfully cut them off from that. And not only that, they then used brigands, people from the French islands, and enslaved blacks in St. Vincent to go into the interior and to chop down all of the provision grounds of the Garifuna, so that it was difficult for them to live. They were in a war, and they did not have access to communication with the French, and it was difficult for them to live by themselves. So it was decided by a number of them to surrender. But even when they decided to surrender, what they did was to go in and try to bargain to keep their lands. And very often when the British told them that, no, that was not part of the bargain, they said, and young Chatelier said, okay, we'll go and bring in our other people. And a number of them did that, but they never came back. And for a long time, the British were looking for some of these people who said that they were surrendering. Eventually, they were forced to surrender. What were the arrangements for these people who were going to Baliso. No, there was no water in Baliso. So water had to be supplied from St. Vincent. Boats going daily from St. Vincent, the mainland St. Vincent, to Baliso. And they were given, and they listed, you know, either 3 pounds of salt fish or 12 herrings, or 3 pounds of beef or 2 of pork, plus 7 pints of maniac, that's cassava flour, or 7 pints of black-eyed peas, or 7 pints of cornmeal, or 7 pints of rice. So water had to be sent to Baliso every day. Food had to be sent. And we know that at that time in St. Vincent, food was very scarce. And why was food scarce? It was just after the American War of Independence where the Americans became independent. We used to depend, the Caribbean used to depend a lot on getting provision and these things from North America. That was no longer so. Added to that, the British and the French were engaged in a war just around that time. So that food was scarce in St. Vincent. Now, how were they daily or whatever sending food, of which there was little at that time, to Baliso to feed these 4,000 people? The issue of the water, the planters and the residents complained, objected strongly to the cost they were charged them to take water to Baliso on a regular basis. And one has to ask the question, were they given water on a regular basis? And were they supplied with the food which they needed to get? I should, before I go on, mention something because it would, I would deal with it again later on. That is, it is said by one Anderson, who was the curator of the Botanic Garden, and he was speaking about some of these Garifuna people who had surrendered, and he writes, many of them were a dreadful spectacle of distress and misery. A number of them, when they first came in, were so weak so as not to be able to crawl. But from the abundance of nourishment they were supplied with, they were in 2 or 3 weeks' time able to march to Calico. He didn't say where this posting came from. So that was their condition, but once they were supplied with food, they were okay, and they went to Baliso. So in Baliso used to produce cotton, a small amount of cotton. So there were some buildings in Baliso, a large boarded and shingled house with a gallery, a large thatched cotton house, and about 30 Negro houses. Remember, they are accommodating over 4,000 people. Huts were therefore to be provided, and it is not known to any of us if what they promised was supplied. And particularly when they were objecting to how much they had to pay to take over water, one understands what could possibly happen. But things began to sour in Baliso in August 1796. Sorry, in August, when people began dying. And the highest number in any one month was in December, when there were 950. And the total number of deaths amounted to 2,320, which meant it was about half of the population that went to Baliso. 13 soldiers also died. And the surgeon decided it was some sort of epidemic, which he could not identify, and said that they were brought to Baliso by the captured Caribs. 13 soldiers died. We know that when the military came to the Caribbean, there was the issue of disease. And in fact, in that first war, 1772, 1773, one of the issues they raised was that they had suffered a number of casualties because of disease. So you have them living in Bali, so I don't know how many, but 13 died. And one isn't sure if there was in fact a disease, who brought disease to Bali. So the Garifuna had their own story, and this was told in 1780 when a British, well, a border watcher, I would call him, went and spoke to one of the Garifuna people who was living in Sandy Bay. He was married. He was a black, he's Garifuna, was married to a Kalinago person. And he said that there was a deliberate attempt by the British to put lime in a lot of their food and drinks, lime and some other material. So they had their own story of what had happened. Yeah, the British attempted to kill many of them as possible by causing lime to be mixed in their bread, a story that might have been passed on orally. Now, Alexander, who was the curator of the Botanic Garden, stated that, well, first of all, he felt that future historians or people looking at the situation would probably blame the British. So he went about creating his own story. As he said, he wanted to dispel any imputation of cruelty or inhuman treatment that may be alleged against the colony or military to this unhappy but barbarous race. He was concerned that it was more than probable that they will not escape the pen of the historian. So they were worried as to how people in the future are going to interpret what had happened there. So he was trying to give his own story. And in doing that, he seemed to have gone amazingly overboard by suggesting that if they were injured, it was by too much indulgence while they were captives. They had, he claimed, no determinate quantity of victuals or rations, but as much as they could destroy. He argued that if we reward their miserable situation, if we were to look at the situation which existed when they were still in the interior, that one could understand. But he himself had pointed out that after these people came into the post and were fed, they were quite free and happy with no disease, and they were the ones sent to Baliso. So he then went on to say that the result of the death of these Garifuna people was an overabundance of food. So they were getting too much food to eat in Baliso, and that was one of the causes of their deaths. An overabundance of animal food was singled out as a cause. Added to that, he had said that part of the agreement to sending them in Baliso was that they would be provided with canoes and fishing tackles that were to be provided for them who wish to go fishing. Now, one could see how absurd this is. You have people as captives on a small island who are as comfortable in the sea as on the land. They were captives. Yet you're going to provide them with fishing vessels, knowing that they could use these vessels to get to Puerto Rico wherever they wanted to go. So when you look at the situation and the kind of excuses they were given and the kind of arrangements which they said were put in place, obviously none of them would have gotten a canoe or fishing tackle. So they were trying to create a situation to show that they did as much as possible to help these people whom they had held as captives in Baliso. As to what they ate, and even when they had the original talk of how they came into the port, these were people accustomed living in the interior and using what they had in the interior. Then it becomes even more, if not tragic, even more amusing, if not so tragic. He quoted one of the Abercrombie, who was the person who won the war for them, who told him he would rather they should die by too much food than by too little, and that there should be no imputation as to their want of the necessaries of life. So he would prefer if they die from too much food, which, as far as he's concerned, that is what happened. They had too much to eat. So there are a number of issues, and we do not have details of what actually happened. We have details of what they had promised, but as to what they had actually delivered, one has to guess until other information comes. But the point is that you have a small island, 320 acres, and you are accommodating over 4,000 persons, and they were captives. To make this thing even more ridiculous, it is said that a committee of the council and assembly went over once in a week to Baliso to make sure that they had the necessities of life. Now, these were people, the planters and the assembly, these were people who were trying their very best from 1763 to get rid of them from the island. But still, they are going to leave, the planters and the assembly are going to go over once every week to make sure everything was okay. I mean, there's nothing more ridiculous than that. So they tried to excuse themselves and to say that they were not to blame for what has happened. They put the blame on the Garifuna people. They had too much to eat, and so on. Now, the next step was the exile, and on February 25th, 1797, the HMS Experiment, the flagship, with 8 or 9 other ships, arrived to take the Garifuna captives to Ratan. The flotilla set sail on March 7th to Bequia before leaving on March 9th. So from Baliso, they went to Bequia before leaving on March 9th, which is an important date, March 9, 1797, with 2,248 on board the ships, 2,300 having died on Baliso. And as I said before, it meant that almost half of them had died. Those who remained, however, continued to carry out sporadic attacks on the British, and there are a number of examples of that. Others, as I said, had taken residence elsewhere, and I mentioned Greg's, Monrond, and this area called Lapitan, which is just above Gordon's in Spring Village on the leeward side. So the long struggle by the indigenous people against European colonization had come to an end. While if we were to look at Dominica, which had Kalinago people, the situation was different. And Lennox Honeychurch from Dominica said that by the 1760s, the small number of Kalinago families in Dominica were to engage the plantations in domestic trade and occasionally hire out their canoes for loading produce. There was no advantage to them to side with the Maroons because they were, in the case of St. Vincent, the Kalinagos here protected and allowed the Garifuna to live with them. In Dominica, there was enough land. The Kalinagos went in a remote area, and the Maroons, that is the escaped enslaved people, were in another area. So there was not that commixing and cohabitation as happened in St. Vincent. So when you speak of the Garifuna, you really speak of the Garifuna in St. Vincent and not in any other country, because St. Vincent was unique in this sense. For St. Vincent, it appeared that the numbers that had been held captive at Baliso represented a majority of Garifuna and Kalinagos. There was no indication of the numbers who had died during the war. Those who were left, or those who were forced into exile, left never to see their country again. And there's an interesting quotation by Anderson from the Botanic Garden, who seemed to have been an apologist for the British. But he stated, and this is what he had to say, somebody who had been apologizing and putting the blame on the indigenous people. He said, and I quote, "Although factions and rebellions may be the cause of extirpating a people from a generation, from a government under which they might have ever remained free and happy, yet who can avoid melancholy sensation on a whole race of mankind, transported from their native land, inhabited by them for many generations, and not conceived that there has been something radically wrong in the principles of that government necessitated to act." So here is an apologist in the final note saying that there was something fundamentally wrong. People who had occupied these lands were simply sent away, never to see their homeland again. And, you know, at this point I end and saying that, I mean, there are a lot of other details about genocide, but there's enough evidence to show that there was genocide in the Caribbean from almost soon after Columbus arrived, and that St. Vincent was the last country to have fought and struggled against the British colonizers. And I should also emphasize that at that time, St. Vincent was on its own because a lot of the Kalinagos in the other countries had died out. Some of them had gone to South America. So there were very few of them left. So the Garifuna and the Kalinago had to struggle from 1763 until 1797 when that catastrophe came to a climax. So I want to thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. At this point, we open the floor for a few questions on what went on before. So just put your hand up, indicate your interest, and I'll recognize you. Who's first?
No question, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
islands to St. Vincent, and therefore, and finding safety among the Kalinago. So to what then do we attribute the commonality with the Garifuna language if we have Africans coming from disparate places throughout the region? I'm not following that part.
They would have learned a lot from the Kalinago people themselves. They adopted some of their customs, they lived with them, they produced offspring with them. So that was the kind of connection you had.
Okay, so in other words, there was no commonality, or as far as language was concerned, from the Africans themselves. They made no contribution to the linguistic aspect of the Garifuna people. Okay, thank you.
While the mic is being transferred, just an extension to that question someone asked. We always had the idea that there was an African slave ship that was wrecked somewhere in the Grenadines, and the occupants who were black men came across to St. Vincent, and that's how we have the Africans being with the Kalinagos. But not too long ago, I heard another story that there were black people here long before that, mainly the Malians who traveled from Africa to St. Vincent. Your comments, please.
Now, the first one about the shipwreck of Bequia. One doesn't know for sure. It is possible that it happened, but it would not have been the cause of the majority of Garifuna blacks being here. The thing about that, there were different dates given to it, and there's not a lot of information. Although in the Garifuna, in the indigenous peoples community, that was something which was accepted. And one also has to take into account the oral traditions and so on, which existed. So it is possible that happened. Then the African who came before Columbus, 2 voyages had left, came to the Caribbean. They never returned to Africa. Nobody knew what happened. But suddenly, it is said that these people came to St. Vincent, and that is how the Garifuna community started. There's no evidence at all to link them to St. Vincent. When they came to St. Vincent, who did they meet? Did they meet Kalinagos? Did they meet people before? Who did they meet? How many persons? So there's really no evidence of that. While there, it is possible that this shipwreck was real. In the case of the ships from Africa coming, I don't think that one can accept that.
Quick, first and foremost, historically, scripture says, or history says, that the first inhabitants of planet Earth were black, correct? And if the first inhabitants of planet Earth were black, we were the first inhabitants of St. Vincent. We were the first inhabitants of any space on planet Earth. Anyone could argue with that, it's okay. Garinagu people, if we're related to anyone, is going to be the Wayu of Brazil. They speak Garifuna. The Kalinagu of St. Vincent and the Grenadines speak no Garifuna. Do they speak an indigenous language? I don't know, right? We are related, but we don't want the relationship to define who Garinagu or Garifuna people are. So to that point right there, historically, by the time we came from the upper regions of Brazil, the Orinoco region, right? We were already mixed up with Native Americans there. So that language came to St. Vincent and the Grenadines existing amongst the blacks who ultimately came here. That's why when we got exiled, it went with us, right? And those who spoke it here, if they spoke it
We know what happened to our brothers and sisters. They couldn't speak it. They would cut your tongue out. They would do whatever it took. So historically, our people who stayed above the Drive River, we're very sure that they also spoke Garifuna, the language itself. Sir, you mentioned, and it was also mentioned by Dr. Nunez earlier, that what we're talking about is the hunter's story, not the lion's story. And most everything that I just heard and most everything that I read was written by the hunter, right? And defining who we are. My comments has nothing to do with division, y'all. Just do your own research when it comes to the facts of who we are. Now, we do want to mention that we were supposed to leave here at 4 o'clock. The 3 buses are out there.
We're out of time.
Thank you very much.
So I think we would be forced to put a stop because the buses are here and we have an activity after. We could have our discussions over a plate of food. So, end, and we have the closing remarks.
Okay, the closing remarks would be in the form of a photo shoot. So the usual photo that we take at the end of the conference will be done now. It's going to take 5 minutes to do that photo. After that, we're out of here. So if you're going to do and be part of the photo shoot, come forward now. Do it quickly, please. Let us do this. One big group. Come, let's get this picture done. We accustomed to this. Oh yeah, we know. We know. Yes, been announced 3 times before. 3 times. Don't forget your food is outside.
Small announcement because my mom is organizing. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I know we're all organizing to take a photo. Just really quickly, I just want to say, first of all, my name is Jazziel James Bello. This is my mom here. This is Esselyn James Jarvis. And she actually just started an organization where she's trying to give back to the Kalinago people of St. Vincent because she is a Kalinago.
Not only St. Vincent, throughout the world.
Throughout the world. So we have some food that we organize outside. So after you take your lovely photos, you guys can come out. The food is free.
Take that.
And yeah, no problem.
And I just want to say welcome home. Yeah. Welcome home. Welcome home.
I like that. Sir?
Yes, come. Let's do this picture quickly. The picture come, let's do this picture quickly. Gather around for this picture. The cameras are waiting. We're not going to wait. Gather around for this picture. Make it quick. Okay, I guess that's everybody for the picture. On the count of 3, you will hear the part that is normally in the bread. 2, 3. Run in there. 2, 3. Let's say cheese. Okay, let's do this in Garifuna then. 1, 2, 3. Hold on, I don't understand this. One last picture and that's it. After the count of 3, the last picture is going to be taken. 2, 3, Cheese! Thank you very much for the... Cheese! One last picture and that's it. After the count of 3, the last picture is going to be taken. 2, 3, cheese! Thank you very much for the... Cheese! One last picture and that's it. After the count of 3, the last picture is going to be taken. 2, 3, cheese! Thank you very much for the... Cheese! One last picture and that's it. After the count of 3, the last picture is going to be taken. 2, 3, cheese! Thank you very much for the... Cheese! One last picture and that's it. After the count of 3, the last picture is going to be taken. 2, 3, I did not come. Vincent, I went to... No. Antigua and...
Don't give him no chair. Yeah. Don't give him no chair. Man, just put it out here where everybody goes.
Hand with your hand.
You want a mic? I don't think the drums don't need a mic. Just bring it back here for this.
Yo. Mabena dinu. Dumare atina lumanamule. Ela go mucho beba ya no haga.
Sakuye kuadiwa.
Lo mabena dinu. Dumare atina lumanamule. Ela go mucho beba ya no.
Sakuye
Be my dear bani alone. Nagere Budaya Baba Banamuye. Be my dear bani alone. Oh, Nagere Budaya Baba Banamuye. Me say me abadina. Lowa Yokadama. In Sadigi. Enarina Goboy. I need to hear you. Actually, no bad. Me say me abadina. I no Darigi. Ebenarina Goborego. Bebe sole ni reali ha tare mama ni Bebe sole ni reali ha tare mama ni Ebudu numba onda ongaro arenga tamugenu kala ni sinu be Me se me abadina Ni no Darigi. I ain't do. Say me abadina. Ni ain't no Darigi. I ain't do. I don't know balo. I don't know balo. Ain't no bado. I don't know balo. Give it to ya obogo mafieti wa Lopo radio. Give it to ya obogo mafieti radio. Arufudala faradio lo bafuwa. Arufudala faradio lo bafuwa. Inge out the man. Yeah. Oh, I won't let. Arufudala, Faradu Yolo Bafuwa. No balance, Arufudala, Faradi Yolo Bafuwa. No balance, Inge out the man. Inge out the man. He go gunamuleno yono ama. Ayano. Karigile mayano adina metia umai. Aya. He go gunamuleno yono ama. Ayano anamugama. Karigile mayano adina metia umai. Ale badibu Ale badibu Oh neighbor Ale badibu Ale badibu Amabule dagwa hama ayena mule no wala kuni ebe Amabule dagwa hama ayena mule no wala kuni ebe Bigera amauti ago tutabugo Dala foga huma meme guwa magugo Magura hamete ayena Garifuna Nera sana mule no wala Ale badibu Neibuga buyo Neibuga buyo Ale badibu Neibuga buyo Neibuga wena muleno Ale badibu Neibuga buyo Neibuga Ale badibu Neibuga buyo Neibuga wena muleno Ledana duro koloma ledano wene duwo malo beido la riego Ledana duro koloma ayeno guchiye malo beido la riego abatirudu ananigie adalana sayo inarya maguti hadid abatirudu ananigie adalana sayo inarya maguti hadid nedana duro golo maleta no wena duro malabedo la hayto malabedo lo duro namulelewa nawesabo garara kwa balunguta bogo haya go barapo ayo ayo namulelewa wara ayo nawesabo ayo abaidele ale badibu buga buyo nebuga buyo ale badibu buga buyo nebuga we namuleno ale badibu papa nebuga buyo nebuga buyo ale badibu nebuga buyo nebuga eno nebuga namuleno nebuga we Bebedola furuga wabali nude agara bale magabali yatiyo la furuga wabali nude agara bale magabali yatiyo kabanari nani kabanari yani hamadina hamoga waraloma lagoyedu lubuido la furuga wabali nude agara bale magabali yatiyo alabuye la furuga wabali nude agara bale magabali yatiyo kabanari nani kabanari yani hamadina hamuga waraloma lagoyedu witununu mabaye yani atupase witununu mabaye yani atupase witununu mabaye yani atupase etemeza petunia ratatana tamashaya mabaye yani atupase etemeza petunia ratatana tamashaya alabuida la furuga wabali nuro agara bale magabale yatiyo labuida la furuga wabali nuro agara bale magabale yatiyo kabanari nani kabanari nani kamatina moga waraluma labeyanigo bomba achuchu ata emoshana bombo emoshana bombo Toma sanit, table, fedo. Le sanit, roll, le masanit. Hey, ba, fedo. Hey, bomba. Magana po, magana po. Tegara ni rao, ilaw na tadari. Rao abiyagiro. Magana po, tegara ni rao, ilaw na tadari. Rao abiyagiro. Asaturo, adimwe abao. Asaturo, adimure haba, luago haba. Yahu habi agiro. Maganabo, tegara nira, elona tadari. Yahu habi agiro. Maganabo, tegara nira, elona tadari. Yahu habi agiro. Asaturo, adimure haba. Luago digaya, irahu habi agiro. Asaturo, adimure haba. Luago tadari, irahu habi. Asunanu mate ringa puo. Sunanu mate hayari agapuo. Sunanu mate ringa puo. Sunanu mate hayari agapuo. Akababana bongonya. Akababana bongo wakase. Oite gosa na buseru webune libai baba. Akababana bongo. Akababana bongonya. Akababana bongo wakase. Oite gosa na buseru webune
libari baba akababana bungu atmo arieko arachote maro tameke waya mapadiye tmo arieko arachote mapadiye pukia waya mano padia promo como digeni dani aya masara bodia nanikinira pukia waya mano goya padia boya promo digeni dani aya nanikinira asuna no matering apo asuna no matering apo na no mate haya yegabu akabana bongwani akabana ebone libari ba akabana abungu akabana bongwani akabana bungu kase boite gosa zero bone libari baba akabana abungu lede kuyo mabiti na muleno ogwa anari lede kuyo mabiti na muleno ogwa anari lede kuyo mabiti na muleno hey buga yadno buga lede kuyo mabiti na muleno hey buga yadno buga about to go. Please the lawyer, number one. Hey, Mama Lupe, Banalira, here is the Pidane, Lobo. Let the Kuyo, Mama Chetia, Namoleno, Noa, Marie. Let the Kuyo, Mama Chetia, Namoleno, Noa, Marie. Let the Kuyo, Mama Chetia, Namoleno. Hey, Buddha. Mabuti, Oleno, hey, Buga, Hayat, Madero. Niatia Ure, Buyele, Palestina, Shona, Baribe, Pomano, Niatia Ure, Buyele, Palestina. Eshapo igere baya ongwa wa hamuke hamalne na le da habagi ani saisu kaina mukano grasaye na le da habagi ani saisu kaina mukano grasaye yagara be no budene na yudero bogi anu grasaye tauni la wata bodo Chuba mama, chumbo, chuba mama, chumbo. Mere, the Madina, the way you are, so Danny, Larry, now, chuba mama, chumbo, chuba mama, chumbo. The Madina, the way you are, so Larry, give me now. Chuba mama, chumbo, chuba mama. The Madina, the way you are, those anniversary, Larry, give me here. Chuba mama. Chuba mama, chuba. The Madina, the way you are, those anniversary, Larry, give me. Hey, Banu, again. Sina, take a little. Hey, bando we yagi emon. Ubadina. Dalido. Mere to the badina. Loegia to Gundani Bari. Larry game. Chuba mama, chuba mama. Eh, chuba mama, chuba mama. Chuba mama, chuba mama. Eh, chuba mama, chuba mama. Taking it out here. You're running away. Eh, taking it out here. Take it running out. Taking it out here. Take it running out. I'm in hero. I'm an agaya. I'm in hero. I'm an agaya. I'm in hero. Bawaya. I'm real. Ya mama. Barbana. Eda me la chelo. Tueyo. Eda me la chelo. Take a beer out of you. Take it running out. Take a beer out of you. Take it running out. I'm in hero. I'm in hero. I'm in hero. Bawaya. You're real. Ya mama. Barbana. Bumago. I'm in hero. Banaya. Subahaya negen wago. Subahaya negen. Eh, subahaya negen wago. Subahaya negen. Ah, subahaya negen wago. Subahaya negen wago. Akaya subahaya la buke sarige. Eh, lu yebena para hania. Ma para badina. Eh, lu yebena biara kunia. It's the beginning now, Hallelujah, na barania, Hallelujah, na biara gunia. It's the beginning now, Eh, subahaya negen wago. Subahaya negen. Eh, subahaya negen wago. Subahaya negen. Ah, subahaya negen wago. Subahaya negen wago. Akaya subahaya la buke sarige. Ah, subahaya negen wago. Subahaya negen wago. Subahaya la buke sarige. Akabute no ma no mada. Akabute mutawaga e. Akabute no ma no mada. Akabute mutawaga e. Eh, akabute no ma no mada. Akabute mutawaga e. Eh, akabute no ma no mada. Akabute mutawaga e. Waga e. Kawe suniti na idura nugeni nibo. Kawe suniti na idura nugeni nibo. Eh, kawe suniti na idura nugeni nibo. Ari namugaya, ari baya babu, ari namugaya, ari baya babu. Dari na gegero, dari na gegero. Let it go. Ah, let it go. Ah, let it go. Aye, aye, aye,
That's my point. I go back here one night, say you don't want to I am going to walk away. I go to the way away. My love will open out the world. I am a kind of good walk away. I go to the way away. My love will open out the world. Bongwata. That's it. Banana gamba buat mendia, mehina lebih kibawan Malay, mehina le lebih kibawan Malay lege. Wana litian numada lawago. Yani kibawan Malay, bawa dengan kaya gitu. Mehina lebih kibawan Malay, mehina le. Boba mabriga ya guro, green alleyway on the mole. Boba mabriga ya. Dunga ya de na lo ma na siyo. Dunga ya de na lo ma ito. Garina mele. Garina mele. Sa to manito, beba no e ni halo. Dunga ya de na lo ma ito. You got it? Yes, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, everyone. Everyone, the buses are here. The 3 buses are here. Come on there. Come on.
I'm about to roll baby, but one mag yati beda ya.
Ready?